Chapter 4022. As his body instantly expanded by 10 times, the originally 200,000 feet long big-headed black stick, which was much longer than Yi Xian's previous body, had now become a short stick. Yi Xian lowered his head to look, and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Previously, it was only 200,000 feet, but it had already smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor to the point of doubting life. If this black stick was a little bigger. Thinking of this, Yi Xian himself shuddered and couldn't help but shudder. It was also at this moment that the familiar system notification echoed in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. A breakthrough. This was within his expectations. Previously, Yi Xian had continuously made breakthroughs. Every time, he would devour a large amount of top-grade heavenly and earthly treasures, including the all-evil origin liquid. He would swallow 2 drops almost every time. These top-notch resources had not been completely refined in his body, and some of them still remained. Now, as he fought with the Battle Lion clan's ancestor Lion Lian Feng and the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf Lang Xiaolin, and almost all of them were head-on battles, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The power of the top heavenly materials and earthly treasures that remained in his veins, bones, and blood finally melted and tore apart one of the shackles of human potential in his body, making Yi Xian's physical state soar by a minor level. This was like a bucket of water suddenly being filled with water, which directly led to his cultivation base. After the medicinal effects of these top-grade resources were absorbed, his overall strength skyrocketed, and he also broke through a small level. However, that wasn't the end, because this time, the absorption system inside Yi Xian's body finally had a result after deducing the 5th transformation of the wild lion for a long time. After activating the 5th transformation, Yi Xian's true form of a demonic ape was 10 times larger than before, reaching an astonishing height of 1,000,000 meters. It was like a small star. As his body expanded, the qi and blood in his body that was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. In one go, without any suspense, he once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out for a second time, ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's qi and blood realm. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. 5th order Star Lord. Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists, an intense light shooting out from his eyes. He looked down and saw that the aura of the Devil Ape's 5th transformation was indeed rapidly rising. When he was a 3rd rank Star Lord, his true form of the ancient demon ape was an 8th rank Star Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and attained the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a 3rd rank Region Lord, and every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now that his main body had made another breakthrough and reached the 5th order Star Lord realm, according to his previous calculations, after activating the ancient ape demon bloodline, the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demon should be at the 1st order domain Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would be at the 6th rank Region Lord, which was already the peak of the mid-stage Region Lord realm. He would be able to enter the late-stage Region Lord realm after another small breakthrough. As a matter of fact, that was indeed the case. Yi Xian was currently in his true form of the Devil Ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 5th transformation. Therefore, his aura rose rapidly following this breakthrough, and he rose from the 4th rank Region Lord realm to the 6th rank Region Lord realm in the blink of an eye. All of this had dumbfounded the countless experts of the 3 camps who were facing each other from afar. It just so happened that the Greedy Wolf clan's patriarch Gold Wolf saw it when he turned around. The old fellow was stunned, and his mouth opened wide. He had a blank expression on his face as if he had been struck by lightning that was simply too monstrous. A few breaths of time ago, he was merely a third-rank region lord, yet he'd attained the 6th rank in the blink of an eye. Even though they were still in the same realm, the former was at the peak of the initial stage of the realm, while the latter was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the realm. They were only a step away from the late-stage region lord realm, so they were absolutely not the same. What was even more frightening was that even his body had increased by 10 times. He was 300,000 m tall before this, yet he was 3 kilometers tall now. He was simply like a small star, just like the Warlion clan's ancestor, Lion Lianfeng. Lang Xiaolin didn't possess the Warlion clan's bloodline divine ability. Even though his cultivation had attained the half-step eternal realm, so long as he hadn't stepped into the true eternal realm, then the limits of his bloodline true body could only be maintained at the 300,000 m tall. When he compared the 300,000 m tall to the 10,000 m tall, he was simply like a tiny dot before Yi Xian. This was truly a grieving. Lang Xiaolin was on the verge of spitting blood. But this wasn't the end of it. Because right when Yi Xian's cultivation had suddenly risen explosively to the 6th rank region lord realm, the black rod that was held in the right hand of his 3 bloodline true bodies had actually risen explosively, while Yi Xian lowered his head and revealed a savage smile on his face. At the same time, it started to grow explosively. 300,000 m. 400,000 m. In a short period of a few breaths of time, the black rod that was renowned for its ferocity had finally stopped at a little over 3 kilometers tall. It was even taller than Yi Xian's terrifying bloodline true body. The thinner end was held in his right palm by his flesh and blood body, while the thicker end was suspended in the air like a small meteor. It was suffused with a faint black light, causing one's entire body to feel cold. At this point, Yi Xian was finally completely satisfied. He really looked forward to smashing the Gold Wolf ancestor with the rod once more. What sort of visual effect would it be? A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth once more while carrying this sort of anticipation. He slowly turned around, and the 3 pairs of eyes on the 3 heads of his bloodline true body had descended onto the Gold Wolf ancestor, Lang Xiaolin. The latter shuddered and felt his entire body go cold, while an extremely bad feeling surged into his heart, and it caused his scalp to go completely numb. Little friend, please don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. At this time, Lang Xiaolin had to raise his head to see Yi Xian's figure. In fact, one of Yi Xian's heads was as big as his entire body. Furthermore, the thick and round head of that infamous black rod was even bigger than his body. When he thought of the painful and satisfying scene of it smashing towards him, Lang Xiaolin truly began to doubt his life at this moment. His heart trembled slightly. At this time, he had already completely lost his temper and his fighting spirit. His body trembled slightly, and even the words that came out of his mouth were no longer clear. He began to stammer. He was really worried that the guy who was staring at him would pick up the rod and smash him without saying anything. That was going to kill someone. Roar. Chapter 4023. As the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf fled without saying a single word, the countless experts of the 3 camps who were facing each other from afar were shocked to the point of falling to the ground. Many of them even wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes because they'd actually witnessed such a dramatic scene. A dignified half-step undying ancestor had actually fled without saying a single word when facing a junior who was merely at the region lord realm in a head-on battle. This truly caused them to feel speechless because the dignified face of a dignified half-step undying ancestor had been instantly destroyed without leaving a single trace behind. Sighs quickly resounded. Alas, this scene is truly too painful to watch. The dignified ancestor Gold Wolf of the Greedy Wolf clan actually fled without saying a single word during the battle. What happened to his ferocious nature? What happened to his violent temper? Even though I'm slightly disappointed, it's probably understandable. That club strike was truly too ruthless. The Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf was struck to the point tears flowed down his cheeks. Moreover, that was only from a small club strike. Now that the small club has become a huge club, anyone would feel flustered by the sight of it. Might-killing club. That's really a fucking might-killing club. A dignified half-step undying ancestor's violent temper was obliterated with a single strike of the club. Is the second battle about to come to an end? Could it be that Mo Jinfeng really possesses the aura of being invincible throughout the world? He is actually going to defeat two half-rotten old ancestors in a head-on battle, and he didn't even use the Starry Sky battle armor and other killing weapons. This is a real battle strength. As these discussions entered the ears of the higher-ups of the two camps on the other side of the Void Chasm, Cao, Gong Shouxin, and Long Xixia from the human race of the Third Universe and the Senate of the Wan Luo Federation, as well as the other 6 half-rotten old ancestors from the Alliance Command Council of the Second Universe. Because all of their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. This was truly too aggrieving and infuriating. Dignified half-step undying ancestors had actually successively suffered losses at the hands of a junior who wasn't even at the World Lord realm. One of them had already been killed earlier. Even though the second one before him hadn't been killed, it was even worse. It actually turned around and fled without saying a single word. It was simply like a stray dog. This was a half-defunct grand ancestor who was at the same level as them. Although Sal and the others did not participate in the battle, the Greedy Wolf Clan's grand ancestor Golden Wolf's performance had completely disgraced them and made them lose all face. Old Monster Wolf should be able to hold on for a while longer. The 2 turbulent voids in the center of the Heavenly Void are going to be repaired soon. Once these 2 turbulent voids are repaired, the other 2 turbulent voids on the left and right side of the Heavenly Void will also be repaired immediately. In just 2 more hours, half of the 8 turbulent voids that form this Heavenly Void chasm will disappear, and the effect of blocking tens of millions of our troops will be blocked. It will completely dissipate. Prepare to support Old Monster Wolf. He won't be able to hold on for 2 more hours. As expected of one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, the existence known as the number 1 of the younger generation. Even the invincible war god who is tormenting the human race's camp is probably far inferior to him. At least, the invincible war god has never been defeated by half a step. But in this child's hands, there is already the second grand ancestor. No matter what, we have to hold on for 2 more hours. The 3rd and 4th turbulent voids must be repaired and the barrier will be broken. The overall situation of the entire battlefield will be reversed again. The human race, the Federation's Senate, the various factions of the Second Universe have already participated in 2 battles. Next, it seems to be your turn. Only delaying for 2 more hours? Could it be that the various factions of the Second Universe would rather swallow this grievance? What I mean is, since we are going to fight, we have to ensure that we suppress him. If 1 grand ancestor is not enough, then send a few more half-defunct grand ancestors to fight him alone. This is a Heavenly Void battle. What face is there to talk about? This is seconded. Quietly, a group of half-defunct grand ancestors reached an agreement in private and planned the nature of the next battle. They planned to shamelessly send a few half-step immortal realm experts to fight Yi Xian alone. This was really shameless. However, the benefits involved in a Heavenly Void battle of this Heavenly Void battle were too great. The entire Heavenly Void battle could fall into their hands. Not to mention these dozen half-step immortal realm experts. When necessary, even the true immortal realm experts could fall out with them. So what if they were shameless? As long as they could take down the demon race, the entire Heavenly Void battle of the First Universe would basically fall into the control of these 2 great conquering factions. It would be divided by the various factions of the Second Universe and the Third Universe. At that time, a large amount of cultivation resources would roll in, and the development of the factions would enter the fast lane. Some of the top resources and heavenly treasures unique to the First Universe would be collected by the factions below and offered to the core higher-ups of the various factions for them to choose and enjoy. This was definitely once and for all. After today's battle, what they would reap would be the cultivation resources that would be easily available for a long time in the future. Everyone knew how to choose. In fact, Even the 11 immortal realm experts of various races who were hibernating in the void behind the two factions and only left a strand of divine sense to secretly enter the heavenly void battle of the first universe to pay close attention to the development of the situation. If it weren't for the fact that they were determined to get rid of the demon race's foundation ancestor, who was a huge problem in their hearts, right now, facing Xianxia's order, the arrogance of a person would have already disregarded their status and personally attacked him. Old man, I'm afraid it's already too late to escape now. In the center of the void battlefield, Xian saw the greedy wolf race's golden wolf ancestor turn around and flee without saying a word. He immediately sneered. The next moment, his figure flashed, and with a step he had already blocked in front of the other party. There was no other way. His current body was too huge, like a giant star. With a single step, he could cross millions of miles. Boom! With an arrow stride in the void to block the other party's escape route, Xian did not waste any more words. With a cold light in his eyes, the right hand of the flesh and blood body of the three great true bodies suddenly shook, and the black-headed stick that was more than 1,000,000 feet long was instantly swung out, facing the greedy wolf race's golden wolf race who was looking at him in shock. Wolf ancestor. Kacha. At this moment, near the head of the black-headed stick, the Xianxia 6-colored flames appeared with a loud bang. As Xian smashed down with the stick, the huge force and the power of the Xianxia 6-colored flames overlapped, causing the void of the universe to emit a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it was about to collapse at any time. It was too ferocious. With a swing of the stick, the wind and clouds changed color. Before the black-headed stick landed in front of him, the golden wolf undying of the greedy wolf race's legs had already gone soft. On his face that was filled with shock and despair, his eyes burst out with a thick light of despair. Bang! Awoo! Chapter 4024. Bang! Oh! A long, mournful howl resounded in the void. Anyone who saw it would be moved, and those who heard it would shed tears, as the black-headed stick smashed onto Golden Wolf Ancestor's body. His bloodline true body was blown away like a scarecrow. This strike was too ruthless. Previously, when the black-headed cudgel was only 100,000 feet long, it had directly smashed a shocking large bruise on his head. It was as if a horn had grown on his head, and it was lofty and lofty. Now, because of Xian's sudden increase in size, the black-headed rod had already transformed into an enormous rod that was over 1,000,000 meters tall. When the rod smashed down, it almost smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor into minced meat. If he only relied on brute force, Xian wouldn't be able to shake the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin at all. However, the moment before the black-headed stick smashed down, the tip of the stick spewed out a dazzling Xianxia unusual flame. The 6-colored flame directly broke through the defense, increasing the power of the stick's strike. It could greatly increase the power of the stick, and it also had the attributes of lightning and poison. When the black-headed stick smashed down, not only did he feel as if he was struck by lightning, but he also fell into a weakened state after the strike. Some kind of poison seemed to be wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was excruciating. Otherwise, how could a half-step golden wolf ancestor let out such a miserable howl in public? At this moment, he was once again hit by the second club. His entire body was convulsing in the air like a pendulum. He probably wouldn't be able to catch his breath in a short period of time. The pair of golden eyes in his huge eye sockets were spinning in circles, and stars were flying everywhere. In the void, waves of hissing sounds rang out once more. In the three camps facing each other, countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air, and their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm once more. The situation isn't good. This is only the second stick, and this golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it anymore. His huge true body was smashed away like a scarecrow. When he finally stopped, he's still spinning in circles in the void, completely lost. This is too shocking. A half-step immortal ancestor of a clan is going to be killed by a stick? This is too cruel. Killing a half-dead old monster, an ancestor-level existence, is actually going to be killed in public. The devil cultivator is really F*** King cruel. It seems to be too early to say this, right? So what if it's the second stick? The golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was beaten so badly that he was spinning in the void, but didn't he withstand it in the end? He didn't explode? Demon brother Mo Jilin Mo Jinfeng is monstrous, but his strength is too weak after all. That's my biggest weakness. Perhaps I can hurt Patriarch Golden Wolf, but as for killing him, I don't think so. Golden Wolf ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan can't take it that Golden Wolf ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan is. Keep your voice down. Although the races of the second universe have already left the Federation, they are still with the human camp to suppress the demons. Even if it's the truth, it won't be good if the fellow Taoists of the Greedy Wolf race hear it. Boom! Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the endless discussions in the air. After smashing out with his staff, he took another large step forward. His figure was like a gigantic star as he moved horizontally. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor, Lang Xiaolin. The right hand of the three true bodies shook. The black stick was raised up high again and smashed down heavily. Bang! Pooh! This time, after the huge bang, there was indeed a muffled puff. However, it was not like what the heartless human powerhouse had said before, where the Golden Wolf Grand Ancestor's feces were smashed out. Instead, it was the strange sound of the Golden Wolf Grand Ancestor's flesh and blood cracking. Yes, after 2 consecutive strikes, the Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor could not withstand it in the end. The second strike hit him and sent him flying, just like the big bruise left on his bloodline true body's forehead when the first strike hit him. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look good. Something was wrong. And now, when the third hit landed, the effect was the same as when the first hit landed on the big bruise. The bruise was already so swollen, so it was easy to imagine what the consequences would be if the second hit landed on the bruise. With a "pu" sound, the Golden Wolf ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan basically died. His huge bloodline true body was like a rotten persimmon. It was directly flattened by Yi Xian's big black stick, and a large part of his huge body was visibly dented. Cracks appeared, and a large amount of pale golden blood sputtered in the void. The flesh and blood on that part of his body turned into mush and sputtered out together with the blood. Although the wolf feces weren't smashed out, the result of the third black stick was the same as the unscrupulous human expert's inference. Although the Golden Wolf ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan wasn't directly killed, he wasn't much better off. A large part of his huge bloodline true body was dented, and the bones and blood inside were all mixed together, turning into mush. As the pale golden blood sputtered in the void, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. A dignified half-dead ancestor shouldn't be so weak, but the attribute of the Shunnong six-colored flame was too powerful. Not only could it break through the Golden Wolf ancestor's defense, but it also contained the attributes of lightning and poisonous flames. He could barely withstand the first stick, but the second stick was 10 times stronger because of Yi Xian's bloodline true body and the big-headed black stick. The former's qi and blood were far stronger than before, and the latter's weight alone was already shocking. As the cudgel smashed down, the lightning and poison attributes of the six-colored flame immediately rushed into Lang Xiaolin's body, wreaking havoc in his meridians, bones, and blood, causing his condition to deteriorate to the extreme. Immediately after, before he could recover his consciousness from being knocked into a daze, the third strike came crashing down once again. The interval between the strikes was so small that it could be ignored. Not only was the dizzy Golden Wolf ancestor unable to react in time, even Sao, Gong Shou Xian, Long Xixia, and the other 6 half-dead patriarchs of the Second Universe's various factions couldn't react in time. When they finally woke up from their shock and were about to lend a hand to save him, Yi Xian sneered as he ruthlessly smashed the fourth black stick down. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, followed by a muffled puffing sound that was even more shocking. With this big black stick, the entire bloodline true body of the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf completely exploded, turning into a piece of pale golden mush that scattered across the void. This kind of feeling was like a huge rotten persimmon that was completely smashed into pulp by someone with a big stick. Chapter 4025. The second half-rotten ancestor had fallen, and he had been so miserably killed by the stick. The surroundings were deathly silent, and there were no exclamations of surprise. In the three camps facing each other, some of the Starry Sky experts were dumbfounded. Although they had guessed that the half-rotten ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan would most likely die tragically, when all of this really happened in front of them, and so quickly, they still couldn't accept it, and their minds were shaken. Some, on the other hand, just shook their heads and sighed, as if they were not surprised by the scene in front of them. As early as Yi Xian's body had increased by 10 times, reaching 1,000,000 feet in size, and even the big-headed black stick in his hand had increased in size, their eyelids had already twitched wildly, and they had realized what was about to happen. Tragedy? But no matter how the spectators in the distance reacted, everything in front of them was an established fact. The half-rotten ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan had completely fallen, and his huge bloodline true body had been smashed into a mass of meat paste and mist, drifting in the void. It could be said that his body and soul had been destroyed, and no matter how heaven-defying the method was, it couldn't be saved. Behind the two expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal old monsters of various races and top forces were all stunned. They were also caught off guard by this result. 9 transformations of the demonic ape? I've never heard of the ancient demonic ape bloodline having this kind of bloodline ability. It's basically the same as the 9 transformations of the wild lion of the Battle Lion clan. It should be improved after deducing the 9 transformations of the wild lion. No wonder back then, only the Battle Lion clan's Sherwan gene had not been redeemed. It seems that the 9 transformations of the wild lion was leaked from his hands. This child is indeed a monster. After obtaining the 9 transformations of the wild lion, in a short period of time, he actually evolved it into the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that is suitable for the bloodline of the demonic ape. Moreover, he has also comprehended the 5th transformation. This kind of talent, if he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become a disaster in the future. And that big-headed black stick, not only is it a desolate treasure, but it seems to be far from an ordinary desolate treasure. His luck is too deep, and he has at least a few ancient desolate treasures and current starry sky treasures in his hands. We must kill him. When the ancestor of the demon race appears, fellow Taoists, 2 of you will deal with this child. Although it is beneath our status to fight 1 against 2, this matter cannot be neglected, killing or capturing this child. Agreed. Agreed. At the same time, Sal, Gong Shouxin, Long Xixia, and the other 6 half-old ancestors of the various camps of the second universe, suddenly at this time Yi Xian. Although they had already seen that the Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor was not a match and was bound to be defeated, they had already made preparations to support and rescue him. Who would have thought that everything would happen too quickly? There was no time for them to do anything. Everything had already happened. The Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor was directly beheaded. The black stick was smashed into smithereens, and not a single hair was left behind. The sudden turn of events startled all of them. Before this, they thought that it was a loss of face to send 4 half-step ancestors from different races to fight Mo Jinfeng alone. But now, it seemed that this guy was indeed too monstrous. He couldn't be judged by common sense at all. 4 half-rotten great ancestors probably only had a slight advantage over him. If there were less than 2 great ancestors, no one would dare to fight him at all. With this understanding in their hearts, the dozen or so half-dead ancestors of the various large clans and top powers immediately felt ashamed and angry. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to suppress Yi Xian immediately. Immediately, 4 figures rushed out from 4 different battleships. Each of them transformed into a ray of light and shot straight towards Yi Xian, toward the center of the void battlefield in front of them. This time, the 4 half-rotten old ancestors were dispatched. They were Gong Shouxin, the Deputy Palace Master of Tianju Palace from the Third Universe's Human Races Cultivation Camp, Gong Shouxin, the half-rotten old Long Xixia from the Human Races Science and Technology Camp, and the half-rotten old Sal from the Wan Luo Federation Senate. The last person was the half-old ancestor of the Barbarian Bull Clan, one of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe's various camps. The Vice Palace Master of the Tianjue Palace in the Cultivation Camp, Gong Shouxin, was a green-robed old man in his 50s. His face was solemn. After he rushed out, he waved his hand and summoned 5 colorful clouds that wrapped around his body. This was a magic weapon, called the Tai 5 Smoke's Net. Once it was summoned, there would be 5 colorful clouds, the size of which could protect the body. It was not afraid of all magic weapons and flying swords. It was a protective magic weapon, a starry sky treasure. Gong Shouxin was obviously shocked by the fierce and outstanding big-headed black stick in Yi Xian's hand. He was afraid that he would be smashed into meat paste like the golden wolf ancestor of the wolf clan. A dignified half-old ancestor, and 4 of them at the same time, actually took out a defensive magic weapon first. It made people speechless. On the other hand, the half-old old dragon Xianxia, who came from the eternal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, because he walked the path of body cultivation, he did not summon anything like a defensive magic weapon at all. Instead, with a flick of his finger, the 2 rings on his left finger shot out. They shot out. These 2 rings were offensive magic weapons, and their grade was also a starry sky treasure. They were condensed from meteors from outer space. It was said that they were the inheritance treasures of an immortal dynasty. The 2 rings contained an endless amount of heavenly jade star sand. When not in use, they were just 2 rings, but once activated, they could release an infinite amount. Heavy star sand. At this time, a large amount of blue light spots shot toward Yi Xian's huge bloodline true body. It was the Merak star sand that was directly condensed from stars. As for the half-old Elder Sal from the myriad Luo Federation Senate, he directly revealed his bloodline true body. Sal was not a human. He was an expert from a small race in the second universe. Nearly 10,000 years ago, he was ostracized and represented his race to enter the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. Now, he had grown to such a high level. At this moment, his true body was actually a 1-legged golden crow that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His entire body was filled with golden flames, and his eyes were even more ferocious. He was really extraordinary. The last one was the half-old ancestor of the barbarian Bull clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. At this moment, as soon as he rushed out of the flagship fortress, after a mooing towards the sky, he immediately activated the bloodline in his body and revealed his bloodline true body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. A green bull stretched across the void. In the air, there were 2 golden horns. His skin was rough, and his head was towering. At a glance, one could tell that his defense and attack power were very strong. Linghu brat die. As soon as the giant bloodline true body appeared, Jiao Huaqing immediately let out an incomparably furious roar. With a raise of his 4 hooves, he directly rushed toward Yi Xian in the void. Chapter 4026. These half-decayed old ancestors actually rushed out of their respective flagship fortresses at the same time and arrived at the center of the battlefield where the 2 armies were facing each other. It was clear that they were going to join forces to fight Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race. When they witnessed this scene, a huge wave of curses and ridicule instantly resounded from the devil's camp. But besides that, the devil's side didn't take any other actions. Because of Yi Xian's strength, almost every single expert in the demon race and clan had great confidence in Yi Xian's strength. So what if they had the pride of being an old freak? After all, just a few days ago, 4 true eternal world old freaks had joined forces to fight him, yet all of them had either been captured or killed by him. Not a single one had been able to escape. However, all of this was clearly known to the members of the devil race. Yet the countless experts of the 2 camps from the second and third universes weren't aware of this. At this moment, when they saw that their side had actually dispatched 4 old freaks at the same time while their opponent, Mo Jinfeng, was merely a region lord. Such a scene was truly too embarrassing. The countless experts of both camps were first stunned, and then strange expressions appeared on their faces. They seemed to be extremely embarrassed. However, these 4 old freaks had come from both camps, so even though the experts of the various clans were displeased and felt that they were truly ashamed, none of them dared to make a sound. They merely discussed softly, but it quickly vanished because they were afraid that they would be dealt with later on. 4 half-rotten old monsters, huh? Alright, so as to prevent this battle from dragging on for too long, This king will fight all of you by himself." Yi Xian remained calm and fearless when facing these 4 old freaks who were emanating a murderous aura, and he spoke boldly. In an instant, a wave of light cheers resounded from the 3 camps. He was truly too monstrous and heaven-defying. With his strength at the Region Lord realm, he'd crushed or annihilated 2 old freaks in a head-on battle in less than 2 hours of time. Yet now, when facing the joint forces of 4 old freaks, Mo Jinfeng had actually spoken boldly once more, and he said that he intended to fight all 4 of them by himself in a one-on-one battle. After this battle, the reputation of the most powerful young man in the 3 main planes of the universe was firmly established, and no one could shake it. Even the invincible god of war, who was still struggling in the human clan camp in the 3rd universe, couldn't be compared with him. He was a supreme monstrous genius, and once he matured, the boundless ocean of stars would lose its brilliance before him. Roar! Little kid, aren't you afraid that you'll lose your tongue? The half-rotten old ancestor of the barbarian bull clan let out a roar. His 10,000 zhang huge barbarian bull true body glowed with faint green light. His speed increased, and he got closer and closer. The 2 golden horns on his head flickered with golden light. No one doubted their sharpness. Once Mo Yifeng's 10,000 zhang devil ape true body was hit by these 2 horns, if Mo Jinfeng were to collide with Mo Jinfeng's golden horn, his stomach would definitely burst open. Gong Shou Exin, the vice palace master of the Tianju Palace, a half-rotten realm expert, let out a cold snort. His whole body was protected by the 5-colored godly smoke, making him illusory. Without a trace of smoke, he rapidly shot over. Once he got close, he would definitely deliver a killing blow. The half-dead Long Xianxia of the Immortal Dynasty had a sea of star sand above his head. He strode forward and covered the 10,000 li radius of his head with endless star sand. Each of these star sand grains could turn into a small meteor. They were extremely heavy and could both defend and attack. They were also not afraid of Mo Fo, the imperial brother of the demon dwellers. Mo Jinfeng's big-headed black stick was enough to block it. Cao was also at the half-rotten realm. Now that he'd revealed his bloodline true body, his wingspan spanned 1,000,000 kilometers, and he was actually the first to approach within 5,000 kilometers of Mo Jinfeng. His entire body was suffused with golden flames as he opened his mouth and spat out a sea of flames towards Mo Jinfeng's enormous body. It surged over. This was using offense as a defense, using the sea of flames to hinder Mo Jinfeng, preventing him from swinging the big-headed black stick in his hand to attack. Golden Crow Fire? Are you forcing this king to play with fire with you? Seeing a large cloud of golden flames sweeping over, Yi Xian wasn't shocked, but instead laughed. At this time, the golden moon of the greedy wolf in the sky had already disappeared due to the death of the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor. Yi Xian didn't dare to use magical techniques and other energy attacks before, but now he wasn't restricted by this. Seeing that the other party had provoked him with fire, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out a large expanse of majestic torrents from the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Sea of heavenly flames. Each cluster of flames had 6 strange colors. It was the Shenong 6-colored flame. The Shenong strange flame was different. It was not an ordinary flame. When Yi Xian ignited the Shenong strange flame in the cauldron with his heart fire, it was only a small cluster of flames at first, but now, in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron, there were already towering waves of flames. At this moment, as he waved his hand, a flaming river formed by 6-colored flames instantly appeared in the void. Its speed was extremely fast, and it increased sharply in the wind. In just half an instant, this flaming river turned into a boundless sea of flames, from top to bottom, left and right. It trapped the 4 half-dead patriarchs who were charging at him. No matter how fast they were, compared to the Shenong 6-colored flame, they were still a little slower. At this moment, they were surrounded by a sea of flames, causing the 4 people's expressions to change slightly, and they all came to a sudden stop. After standing in the void for a long time, they turned their heads and looked around, and exclaimed in shock, "No, there's something wrong with this fire." It actually has 6 colors. The flames that burst out from the big-headed black rod before seemed to be like this. Old Sa, you have the bloodline of the golden crow in your body. The real golden crow even builds its nest in the core of a star. The thing it is least afraid of is fire. This little bastard is playing with fire with you? Rush out, Old Sa, keep this sea of flames, we'll follow closely behind. Screech. Instigated by the other 3, and coupled with the fact that he was extremely confident in the wisp of golden crow bloodline in his body, the half-dead elder from the Senate of the Thousand Luo Federation raised his head and let out a screech. The golden sea of flames that was surging toward Yi Xian instantly retracted, surrounding his true body. Circling, retracting, swallowing. Immediately after, before the ruthless howl had even faded away, this pitch-black, one-legged black crow that was surrounded by dazzling golden flames had already flapped its wings. As if ignoring the sea of flames in front of it, it suddenly plunged into the strange, 6-colored sea of flames. Everything that happened in the next moment was without suspense, but it shocked countless powerhouses of the 3 camps. Chapter 4027. At this moment, there was no other movement in the void except for the miserable howl of the black crow. Countless experts from the 3 camps who were facing each other across the void all held their breaths and widened their eyes. They watched the scene of the battle in the Central Territory, almost unable to believe their eyes. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. It was like a great horror. As soon as the gigantic half-rotten black crow came into contact with the 6-colored sea of flames in front of it, the endless golden flames that surrounded it instantly melted like snow under the scorching sun. However, this was clearly just the beginning. Almost at the same instant that the golden flames were melted and devoured, the black feathers of the black crow were completely burned away in the blink of an eye. If Sa Wu hadn't reacted in time and quickly retreated while howling miserably, he would have died in this strange 6-color flame sea on the spot. But even so, when he returned to his original place from the 6-color flame sea, there was not a single black feather left on his body. Although the black crow was not very good-looking at first, at least because of the golden flames around him, it could still be considered majestic. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a bald chicken. His whole body was still black, but it was not the color of feathers. Instead, it was the skin on the surface of his body that was almost burnt. Even if he retreated quickly and was not seriously injured, this was definitely considered as peeling off a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was simply speechless. A dignified half-rotten ancestor with a trace of the ancient golden crow's bloodline in his body, known as a master of fire, was burned to such a state by the 6-color flame sea at this moment. How could it only be described as tragic? Looking at all this, Long Xixia, Gong Shou Xin and Jiao Huaqing were completely dumbfounded. After a full 2 seconds, they trembled and shuddered. When they looked at the 6-colored sea of flames around them again, their eyes were filled with fear and dread. What a joke! Even the half-rotten black crow with a trace of the ancient golden crow's bloodline in his body, known as a master of fire, was burned to such a state in an instant. This was enough to show the horror of this 6-color flame. How would they dare to touch it? It would absolutely cause them to start howling on the spot from the slightest touch. Even if it was Jiao Huaqing from the Raging Bull clan that was said to possess the strongest defensive ability amongst the top 10 clans of the Second Universe, his entire body trembled at this moment, and then he didn't hesitate to shrink his size. He'd shrunk from his enormous size to merely 300 m. A slightly smaller size meant that his chances of being burned by the flames would be much lower. This was extremely important, and it couldn't be taken carelessly. The Raging Bull clan was said to possess a terrifying defensive ability, but it didn't mean that they were unafraid of fire. If it weren't for this, Jiao Huaqing and the other 2 wouldn't have ordered the half-rotten black crow to clear the way. Now that the latter had ended up in such a state, the 3 of them looked at each other, embarrassed and embarrassed. Of course, they were mostly angry and sullen, but there was nothing they could do. This strange 6-colored flame was obviously not an ordinary fire. Even the powerful people who played with fire couldn't resist it. For the time being, they really didn't have a better way to break out of the siege. They were unable to leave and were obstructed by the ocean of flames, so they were naturally unable to utilize their divine abilities and techniques. At this moment, these four ancestors had joined forces at the same time, and they shamelessly declared that they intended to fight a junior at the Region Lord realm by themselves. But in the end, they were trapped as soon as they charged out and didn't even have the chance to make a move. Such a situation was truly embarrassing. The faces of the three old fellows who were completely fine had turned red. As for the half-rotten black crow, it was impossible to discern that he was completely black. His surface had been scorched, and he was groaning and recuperating. The four old fellows were obstructed by the ocean of flames, and they were at a loss for what to do. They had all sorts of abilities, yet they were unable to utilize them at all. However, this was the best opportunity for Yi Xian. He'd been the one to draw out the Shenong's 6 color flames, and the Shenong cauldron had been refined and absorbed a long time ago. Yi Xian was completely helpless. He wasn't afraid of the Shenong's 6 color flames at all, and he was like an ocean of lightning that could enter at will without suffering any harm. At this moment, along with Sa Wu's shrill howl as he retreated explosively, bright light flashed in the eyes of the enormous ancient devil ape, and then a cold grunt seemed to have resounded from its nose. The body of flesh and blood amongst its 3 true forms held the renowned and ferocious Blackhead Club in its right hand as it followed up at the first possible moment. It entered the ocean of flames that connected the sky. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. From the time Yi Xian waved his hand to summon the 6-colored sea of flames to the time he dragged the big head black rod and directly charged in, it had only taken a breath of time. Not only were the countless experts of the 3 camps unable to react to this, even the 4 half-rotten ancestors that were trapped within the ocean of flames and the 11 eternal realm old fellows that were lying in ambush while paying close attention to the situation of the battlefield in the distant space behind the 2 camps were unable to react as well. By the time they realized that something was wrong, the enormous body of the ancient devil ape had already rushed into the central territory of the Sea of Flames. Its entire body was unscathed, as if it was a fish that had entered the water. Then, the Blackhead Club that was dragged behind the right hand of its 3 true forms was swung up with a bang. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and without hesitation, it smashed down on the head of the half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan. "Old bastard, didn't you say that you wanted to suppress this king? Now is the right time to see if your skin is harder, or if this king's Blackhead Club is harder." Yi Xian's body was still in the 6-color flame sea, but he had already spoken coldly. Before he could finish speaking, the Blackhead Club had already ruthlessly smashed into the head of the half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan. Bam! Crack! Oh! An earth-shattering sound came out, followed by an incomparably crisp cracking sound. It seemed that something had broken, followed by an extremely mournful but familiar long wolf howl. This strike was too ruthless. The half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan was caught off guard, and was almost smashed into cow dung. One of the 2 golden horns on his head was broken, and his 4 hooves went soft. He directly sat down in the void, and his huge head directly swelled up with a huge green bump. He began to count the stars on the spot. However, it was as if his brain had been struck by lightning, and he was stunned. This strike was too sudden. It was not until the miserable howl of the horn that Long Xixia and Gong Shou Xan reacted, but their movements were extremely fast. With a leap, they dodged to the corner of the empty area on the other side, their faces full of vigilance. Even Sa Wu, who was still slowly regaining his senses, shuddered at this moment. He was so frightened by the incomparably shrill wolf howl that he completely regained his senses. The primordial ape demon was in the Sea of Flames not far away, and its 3 true forms were still holding the big-headed black staff in their right hands. It seemed that they had just raised it and were about to bring it down again. Chapter 4028. The scene in the space ahead was truly too unsightly. An ocean of flames had completely trapped the 4 half-aged ancestors of the 2 camps, whereas Mo Xiufeng, who was merely at the Region Lord realm, had only made a single move, and he'd terrified the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Extinction Palace, Gong Shouxin, and the half-aged elder of the Eternal Dynasty, Xianxia, to the point of hiding. They hid at the edges of the empty space at the center of the ocean of flames. They were like frightened rabbits. On the other hand, the half-aged senior elder of the Myriad Net Federation who just suffered a beating from the ocean of flames was in an even worse state. At this moment, he was like a helpless little girl that had been stripped of her clothes, and he'd finally recovered his soul with great difficulty. When he turned around to look at Mo Xiufeng who held the black club, he actually let out a sharp cry. Then he scampered towards the corner as well. As for Mo Xiufeng, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the half-aged senior elder of the barbarian bull clan from the second universe who'd been clamoring about suppressing Mo Xiufeng earlier because of his rough skin and flesh that was said to be number one in defense. On the other hand, he'd even been struck by the club to the point his legs went weak. At this moment, he was still sitting in midair while his eyes were spinning and counting the stars in the sky. Even one of the golden horns on his head that was said to be peerlessly sharp had been broken, and the terrifying bruise that was twice the size of an ox's head was even more horrifying. Even though the four half-aged ancestors had shamelessly clamored about fighting a junior who was merely at the Region Lord realm, they truly possessed imposing auras that were peerless when they charged out from their respective flagship fortresses earlier. Yet now, they hadn't even been able to make a move before they were completely trapped. They'd been reduced to trapped beasts in a cage, and they shivered while hiding in the corner. Such a scene really made people blush with shame. In the three camps that were facing each other from 20 million kilometers away in the void, a wave of cheers immediately rang out from the demon race. There were even people who were booing, full of ridicule and ridicule. When facing all of this, the two camps on the other side of the chasm were filled with the sounds of suffocation. Some experts had already raised their hands to cover their faces, yet they didn't dare make a single sound of ridicule. However, they were truly unable to continue watching, and their faces that were covered by their palms had turned slightly red. How embarrassing! Not only was she ashamed, but she was also resentful. However, they were completely speechless. The other party's cultivation was 2 realms weaker than theirs. Moreover, it was 1 against 4. Yet the result was like this. It was too embarrassing. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a series of loud rumbling sounds suddenly came from the void moat formed by 8 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles in a row far behind the central battlefield territory. After nearly 2 hours of repair, under the full power of all the space compactors installed in the tens of millions of fortresses, the 2 in the middle of the 8 turbulent voids were finally completely repaired. At the center of the natural chasm, which was over 30 million miles long, a giant gap appeared. It was 7 to 8 million miles in diameter, and could allow a large number of battleships of all types to pass through it side by side. The heavenly chasm that Yi Xian had painstakingly created was finally disintegrated by a quarter after the 2 opposing camps paid the price of 1 dead and 1 captured, and 4 still trapped. Along with the disappearance of these 2 turbulent voids, a subtle change instantly occurred in the situation of the entire battlefield. Originally, the 50 million-plus battleship army on the other side of the natural chasm had been completely isolated. Yet now, a passageway with a diameter of 7 to 8 million kilometers had been opened up at the center of the natural chasm. Even though the 50 million-plus battleship army was still restrained, it didn't have much of an effect. It affected them greatly. The gazes of countless experts from the 3 camps converged towards the gap, and they revealed different expressions that changed indeterminately. In the void far behind the 2 punitive expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal realm old monsters, who had hidden their true bodies in the parallel space and only left a strand of their soul consciousness to observe the entire void battlefield, spoke again at this time and started to communicate with each other. We have to change our strategy. It seems to be impossible to force out the ancestor of the devil race by suppressing that kid. Exactly, this kid really is extraordinary. As expected of one of the 4 great monstrous geniuses and the number 1 expert in the younger generation. Even though his cultivation is merely at the Region Lord realm, if the various bloodlines, divine abilities, and the amplification of his combat strength from the few precious treasures in his possession are included, then this kid really does possess the ability to fight against the devil race. He truly possesses the ability to fight against the Eternal Realm experts. We underestimated him earlier. Now it would seem like that Eternal Realm expert from the Myriad Net Federation's senior council who perished not long ago was probably killed by this kid. Fortunately, even though this kid's ability is extraordinary, he's basically exposed now. The two half-dead ancestors that were suppressed and annihilated earlier can be considered to have been killed. It can be considered as a contribution. When we split the benefits later, the two races will definitely benefit from it. However, when the ancestor of the devil race makes an appearance later, merely 2 Eternal Realm experts would be sufficient to deal with this kid. What I mean is, 4 Eternal Realm experts. As for the other 7 Eternal Realm experts that are capable of suppressing the devil race in a short period of time, I have no objections. Seconded. Then the only problem now is how to force the ancestor of the devil race out. Since suppressing this kid doesn't work, then we'll launch an all-out war. We'll crush the devil race's camp with an army of 50 million battleships. In that way, when the battle reaches a certain level of intensity and the devil race's camp suffers too many casualties, then the ancestor of the devil race would have no choice but to make a move. As for this kid, no matter how monstrous his ability is, how could he possibly go against an army of 50 million battleships and turn the situation around by himself? Give the order. It just so happens that I'm skilled in the laws of space, so I'll just wipe away the other 6 chaotic streams of space in order to facilitate the full-scale assault of the 50 million battleships from both camps. As soon as he finished speaking, this Eternal Realm expert who claimed to be skilled in the laws of space had attacked at the first possible moment. Bang! Rumble. A huge rumble sounded from one side of the void battlefield where the two armies were facing each other, close to the side of the 2 expeditionary camps. The Eternal Realm expert's true body didn't appear, but above the remaining 6 chaotic streams of space, a giant palm that was 1,000,000 miles long appeared. It was blood-green in color and revealed an endless terrifying pressure. The giant, blood-green palm pressed down, and with just a gentle stroke, one of the 6 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles was instantly smoothed out. The void rifts and vortexes that were originally densely packed with large and small voids disappeared in an instant. This was just the beginning. Chapter 4029. In the blink of an eye, the last 6 turbulent voids completely disappeared. In less than 3 breaths, this scene shocked everyone. In the entire void battlefield, countless starry sky masters of the 3 camps were all shocked. Many people's hearts were already beating wildly, and their breathing was rapid, because the development of this planar-level starry sky war was too amazing. With so many twists and turns, it was like riding a roller coaster. Those with a slightly weak heart would probably fall ill on the spot. Putting aside the battle between the royal brother of the demon race, Mo Jiofeng, and the 6 half-decayed ancestors of the enemy camp, just the development and changes of the overall situation of the opposing camp were enough to make people's hearts fluctuate. First, more than 50 million battleships from the 2 camps from the 2nd and 3rd universes pressed on the border, forming a crushing momentum, which made people despair. Then, the royal brother of the demon race, Mo Jiofeng, went deep into the front line with his own strength and launched a void war, not caring about the energy consumption. In just a dozen breaths, he created a moat 30 million miles across the void, blocking the 50 million battleships of the 2 camps. He reversed the situation alone. Then, in less than 2 hours, the 2 camps took advantage of the fact that the 6 half-decayed ancestors were sent to restrain Mo Jiofeng, and the 20 million troops of the demon race and millions of fierce beasts behind them were separated by the central void territory where the war was going on, so they couldn't attack, and fought in the center of this void moat. He had opened up a tunnel that was 7 to 8 million miles wide, but this was not the end. As soon as the situation was subtly reversed, a giant bloody green palm that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles appeared in the void, and in just 3 breaths, the remaining 6 turbulent voids were all wiped out. In the blink of an eye, the chasm in the void created by Mo Jiofeng, the imperial brother of the demon race, disappeared completely. In the void 20 million li away on the opposite side, the more than 50 million warships of the 2 great expeditionary camps were no longer obstructed. They could charge over at any time. At that time, although the situation was not like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, it was very likely that an overwhelming defeat would occur. After all, the difference in the number of battleships between the two sides was too great. The two opposing camps had more than 50 million warships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. On the demon camp side, even with nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, they only had 26 to 27 million soldiers, which was only about half. For a time, the situation on the battlefield was completely reversed. In less than an hour, the demon race was once again in a great crisis of annihilation. But this was not the end. It was because the gigantic, blood-green hand that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers did something else before it disappeared without a sound after smoothing out the remaining 6 turbulent voids. That was to slap the 6-colored sea of flames in the distant void where the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the enemy camp were trapped. An undying being's attack was no small matter. Although they were separated by tens of millions of miles of the cosmic void, the majestic 6-colored flame sea was still blown away by this slap from afar. A gap appeared in the 6-colored flame sea that had originally formed a complete encirclement. This was clearly the intention of helping the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the enemy camp to escape. The grand ancestor of the demon race had not yet appeared, and it was very likely that he was paying close attention to this void battlefield. The 11 undying old monsters of the enemy camp did not dare to reveal too much of their aura. Only this undying old monster took action to smooth out the remaining 6 turbulent voids in order to promote the progress of the battle. For them, this was already a little unwilling, but at this time, since they had already taken action and rescued the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the enemy camp, it was not too much of a problem. But that was all. If he made too many movements, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary twists and turns. After patting from afar, the blood-green energy palm formed by the power of the immortal realm old monster collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sal, Long Xianxia and the other 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the trapped half-decayed grand ancestors finally escaped smoothly. Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, they did not continue to be entangled and directly fled to the fleet of their respective camps. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face was gloomy in an instant. The undying old monster of the enemy finally could not hold back. As soon as he took action, he completely wiped out the advantage and the result that he had struggled for a long time and obtained with great difficulty. Not only were the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors, who were trapped and about to be suppressed and captured alive, but even the void chasm that cost the power of the entire soldier ladle clan in the void was completely wiped out. This was really annoying. Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He almost could not hold it in. Before the giant energy palm dissipated, he wanted to use the Time War Talisman or the Rai D seal. Through the connection between the giant energy palm and the undying old monster hidden in the dark, he could take the opportunity to lightly injure him and make him eat a little. How troublesome. But in the end, he suppressed it because, like the undying old monsters of the enemy camp, whether it was Xian or the grand ancestor of the demon race who had the power of an official level undying, in fact, they were all waiting for the enemy to appear first and jump out of the dormant parallel space. This way, the undying old monster of the demon race would be able to seal the void so that none of them could escape. It was as if they were locked in a cage and could be trampled on and wreak havoc at will. It was also because of this reason that the undying old monster of the demon race had not shown up until now. He was worried that if he showed up too early, the undying old monster of the demon race who had not yet entered the demon race's star field from the parallel space would escape because of this. Since they were already here, they could not let them go. This time, they had to beat up the big races and the top forces of the 2 big dimensions until they felt the pain, so that they would remember this lesson. Although the next punitive expedition was bound to come, at least, whether it was the demon race or Xian, this would buy them more time to develop and adapt. And the mission of forcing the 10 or more undying old monsters of the enemy camp to take the initiative and enter the demon race's star field could only be completed by Xian. He was the bait, and he had to think of a way to force the enemy to lose their patience. In a moment of desperation, they would not wait for the grand ancestor of the demon race to enter the demon race and enter the demon race. The situation of this battle had developed to the current situation. The 11 undying old monsters of the two punitive expeditionary camps thought that they were the bait, but the undying old monsters of the demon race and Xian also thought the same. The latter even directly used himself as the bait and was thinking of a way to force the fish out. It could be said that in the end, who was the fish and who was the bait could not be said clearly. Chapter 40-30. Before Sao, Long Xixia, Gong Shouxin, and the other 3 half-dead great ancestors, who had fled in panic, could return to the flagship of their respective fleets, the higher-ups of the 2 camps who had temporarily taken over their command, as well as the other half-dead great ancestors who were in charge of the council in the second universe, had already issued the order to launch a full-scale attack. This was the order of the 11 undying old monsters of various races and top forces who were hiding in parallel spaces. It was like an imperial edict, and no one dared to delay. Attack. All battleships. No need to hold back. All battleship cannons, charge at full power. The battleship horsepower will be pushed to the limit. This is the first and last round of full-scale attack. Hong long long. Boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the order was issued, the more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes from both camps roared at the same time. The 50 million battleships all opened the kinetic energy cabins to the limit. Every minute and every second, a huge amount of resources were consumed, turning into kinetic energy for the battleships to move forward at full speed, turning into energy for the battleships' bombardment and defense shields. This scene was too shocking. Even when the first universe was controlled by the Tianji clan and occasionally had an all-out war with the Wan Luo Federation for thousands of years, the scene and scale could not be compared to this. The 50 million battleships all put up energy defense shields and launched at full speed at the same time. A large black mass, like a dark cloud covering the sky, closed in. At the same time, all the battleships, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships or fortresses of various sizes, activated all their cannons at this moment. A round of simultaneous fire illuminated the cosmic void billions of miles away. In the void, a giant energy net formed by the energy beams of countless battleships' cannons covered tens of thousands of miles. This was the rhythm of almost completely destroying an entire universe plane. Of course, although the momentum was vast and overwhelming, the energy beams of these battleships' cannons were still slightly weaker in terms of level. They could only be considered as ordinary combat power. Even if they were as powerful as 10,000 caddies, they could not really destroy the endless void of a universe plane. At most, some small turbulent voids and vortexes would appear, but they could not affect the stability of the major existential planes at all. All of this happened too quickly. No one had expected that the 2 camps, which had been separated by the natural void chasm, would give the order to launch a full-scale attack the moment the natural void chasm was smoothed out by the immortal old monster. The mid-level commanders of the fleets of the various races in the 2 camps were caught off guard, but it did not affect the implementation of the orders. In the blink of an eye, the 50 million warships had formed a whole, and the army was pushing forward. In comparison, the Devil Cultivator camp was caught off guard. It was not until more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types had moved out 20 million miles ahead of them that Mo Yuntian finally gave the order to deal with the situation. Swish! Swish! Shio! In the void, densely packed sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been pushed back to the Devil Cultivator camp by the indigenous beasts, directly performed a space jump and disappeared one by one. When they reappeared, they were already in the midst of the 50 million battleships that were rumbling towards them, and they immediately self-destructed. These 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been captured by the enemy camp, did not have enough time to fully modify their central control, but now they were in urgent need of use. Therefore, the first Demon Emperor Mo Yuntian had already made a decision while Xian was still engaged in a fierce battle with a few half-dead ancestors of the enemy camp. He would use them as one-time self-destructing explosive fortresses. In the 1.5 million fortresses, there was not a single Devil Cultivator expert or clansman. Only a small number of intelligent robots were stationed there, and the degree of self-destruction was set in advance. After performing a space jump and completing it, it would all explode within 10 seconds. Boom. Rumble. The self-destruct devices inside the 1.5 million fortresses connected the kinetic energy compartments, antimatter energy generation compartments, and all the energy compartments together. Once they exploded, the power was absolutely amazing. In the midst of the 50 million battleship army that was rumbling forward, a small round of chaos broke out in an instant. Countless huge fireballs exploded, and for a moment, the rapid advance of the entire army was forcefully halted, coming to a halt in the void. What the Devil Cultivator camp needed was this opportunity. Soon, while the chaos in the void of the enemy camp was still ongoing and had not yet subsided, the 20 million battleship army of the Devil Cultivator camp slowly moved forward in an orderly manner, and wave after wave of salvos were blasted out very quickly, very rhythmically. In the void, a large terrifying net formed by the energy beams of the battleship cannons was once again intertwined. From time to time, a battleship would explode, both from the two opposing camps and from the Devil Cultivator camp. At this point, the full-scale chaotic battle of more than 70 million battleships between the three camps had completely begun. Roar! Roar! Oh! The ferocious beasts were roaring in the void. As the 70 million battleships, fortresses of the three camps launched a full-scale chaotic battle without bothering about anything else, the 6 million local ferocious beasts that were responsible for a part of the defense line on the Devil Cultivator camp's side also quickly rushed out. The two local ferocious beasts at the forefront were the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, who had already become sector lords. Following them were hundreds of local ferocious beasts that were as strong as Star Lords and Universe Lords. The leaders of the ferocious beasts led the entire army of ferocious beasts, roaring and roaring in the void. Every local ferocious beast had revealed their true bloodline form. The smallest of them was more than 10,000 meters long, which was slightly larger than the standard stellar-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long. It was often the case that a battleship or fortress would collapse in the void after a single slap of their claws. The more than 70 million battleships of the three camps were fighting fiercely with their cannons, while the nearly 6 million ferocious local beasts were fighting in the void with their own bodies. Their agility was unparalleled, and they were far superior to the enemy. The combat ability of every local ferocious beast was basically no weaker than that of a warship of the same size, or a fortress large or small. It was a real bloody battle. The top forces and species in the three main planes of space hadn't fought such a large-scale battle in tens of thousands of years. Facing this raging battle in space, Xianxia, who was already mentally prepared, was stunned for a moment as he stood in the air like an outsider. He watched all of this with his mouth agape. Chapter 4031. Facing the chaotic situation, Xianxia quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. Obviously, the undying old monsters hiding behind the two enemy camps wanted to crush the conventional battle force of the demons with more than 50 million battleships, causing a large number of casualties and forcing the undying old monsters to take action. Xianxia saw through the other party's scheme with a single glance and made a decision. Since that was the case, he would use the same method to force this group of scheming old fellows out. Force them out. This was the key. Once he succeeded, the original bodies of all the undying old monsters from the two camps would jump out of the parallel space and enter the demon star area of the first universe. At that time, the marquee undying old monster, who was the undying old monster of the demon race, would no longer have any concerns and would directly seal the demon star area. None of the undying old monsters from the enemy camp would be able to escape. In order to achieve this goal, Xianxia didn't even hesitate to reveal another identity, which was Sha Baofeng, the peerless genius of the Tianji clan. Currently, there were a total of 7 peerless geniuses in the 3 main dimensions of the universe who were recognized as peerless geniuses of the younger generation. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race, was one of the 4 peerless geniuses and was known as the number 1 figure among the younger generation. The other 3 peerless geniuses were Prince Xian, from the undying dynasty of the human race's technology camp, and the invincible battleship Devourer treasure body, who was confirmed to be Prince Xian's body double and was still struggling in the human race's self-cultivator camp. The last one was the peerless genius of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, from the Tianji clan. But right now, in order to deal with the situation before him, he had to force out the dozen or so immortal realm old monsters behind the two opposing factions. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to reveal the identity of the Heaven's Legacy race's peerless monster, Sha Baofeng. Although it was a bit of a pity, the situation forced him to do so. From his point of view, as long as Prince Xian's identity wasn't exposed, it wouldn't affect the pressure on Triumph City. Everything else was acceptable. Roar! Yi Xian threw his head back and let out a furious roar as he deactivated the fifth demon ape transformation. His enormous bloodline true form shrank down to a height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even though he'd removed the 9 transformations of the devil ape and his cultivation had dropped by 5 stages, he was still in the state of the devil ape true body, so he was still at the First Order region Lord Realm. At the same time, he also kept the gigantic black-headed rod into his undying world. Immediately after, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A super stronghold that was as large as the Great War of the Starry Sky was 300,000 meters tall. In other words, it was 100,000 meters tall. It was Life Stronghold's open dragon ship. The reason he had brought out the Wild Dragon battleship was because Yi Xian had decided to use the Alloy War God form to charge into the 50 million battleships of the two opposing factions. Even though the Devil Ape true body was formidable, his cultivation was merely at the 6th rank of the region Lord Realm even when he was in the 5th form of the Devil Ape true body. So, he had to rely on his physical body to go head-on against an army of over 50 million battleships. In Yi Xian's opinion, this wasn't worth it. It was better to just deactivate the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape true body. This way, he would have the cultivation of the First Order region Lord Realm, but he would still be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. After transforming into the Alloy War God, not only would he be able to use all kinds of abilities and spells, but he would also be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. When needed, he would be able to use the technology of the Life Fortress. It was definitely more cost-effective. However, this would undoubtedly expose the identity of the Tian's Legacy race's peerless genius, Sha Baofeng. Now, the demon race's royal younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, would be the 5 great demons. However, the situation forced him. Facing an army of 50 million battleships crushing the demons, Yi Xian didn't have a better solution. Thus, he couldn't care less. It had been a long time since Yi Xian had used the Life Fortress. During this time, the world insect race had developed greatly and was far from what it used to be. At this moment, as the life stronghold of the Long Yi Hao was activated, Yi Xian took a step into it and immediately gave the order to transform. In the next instant, the grinding sounds of machinery rang out. The Life Fortress rapidly transformed. It first turned into a 9 hell demon crocodile, then a blood unicorn, a void tortoise, a golden dragon, and even a desolate ancient Yuxia with a pair of giant wings on its back. In short, the devouring system. It could easily transform into the forms of all the life forms recorded in the database. Finally, with a series of cracking sounds, the Life Fortress transformed into a super alloy giant over 1 million zhang tall. Its head and limbs were all missing, and even the light on its back had appeared. The shield in its left hand was as large as the sky, and the spear in its right hand was over 300,000 zhang long. Meters. 300,000 zhang, that was 300,000 zhang, 300 kilometers. This kind of height would make anyone speechless. One large stride or leap would allow it to cross at least 1,000 kilometers. It was absolutely terrifying. This was just the basic performance. Apart from that, in terms of defense and attack, the Alloy War God was equally stunning. First of all, the energy shield of the Space Fortress's defense system would normally appear as a pair of light horns on the back of the Alloy War God. Of course, this pair of light horns also had shockingly sharp cutting abilities. When combined, they could protect the body, and when split, they could cut through the sturdy hull of the Space Fortress. Apart from that, this kind of defense system's energy shield could appear in any area of the Alloy War God at any time. For example, if the head was attacked, A protective light shield would appear on the alloy war god's head. The same kind of energy shield could appear on the alloy war god's chest. The front of the chest, back, and even the four limbs. As for attack power, apart from blocking attacks, the giant alloy shield in its left hand could also be used as a heavy shield to smash down. The alloy spear in its right hand was even more indestructible. It could be used as a melee weapon, and it could also be thrown out like a spear. At that time, under the propulsion of the alloy war god's powerful force and the inertial acceleration of the battle spear, this would definitely be a major killing move. It would not be a problem to directly pierce through a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was just the alloy spear and shield. In fact, if Yi Xian needed it, the shield and spear in the hands of the alloy war god could even be in the form of energy, such as antimatter light energy. This form of the shield could cancel out all attacks. Its penetration and lethality would increase exponentially. It could be called a killing machine. Moreover, the alloy war god's knees and elbows also had sharp attack structures. At the same time, it could also activate the ship's cannons and fire antimatter energy death ray cannons. This included both the shoulders and the back. This was simply a human-shaped killing machine. It had all the flexibility and advantages of the human form in close combat, and it also had the long-range punitive ability of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. All of this was perfectly mixed together, making the entire alloy war god perfect. Chapter 4032. Not long after, the alloy war god reappeared. It had a battle spear in its right hand and a battle shield in its left. As soon as the battle shield in its right hand appeared, it was in the form of black antimatter energy. This antimatter death light shield was simply amazing. It was absolutely invincible in close combat. Any attack, including energy attacks, could be blocked by this black shield. The characteristics of the antimatter light energy determined all of this. This was like star-sky black technology, being able to transfer the antimatter light energy generator to its hands after mechanical transformation. This kind of equipment could also be compressed? It was simply unscientific. How thick were the alloy war god's arms? The antimatter light energy generator of a large fortress was at least 10,000 meters in diameter. How could it be compressed into 2 arms? There was also the battle spear in his right hand. Although it was only in the super alloy state, it was already 100,000 feet long. Its power was terrifying and unparalleled. If it was transformed into the antimatter death light spear, its power would definitely soar by a large margin. That would definitely be an unstoppable momentum, even if it was a fixed super alloy. Even a fixed star fortress would be pierced through by this spear. At this moment, the moment the alloy war god's form appeared, Yi Xian had already made his move. After giving the order, the 300,000-meter tall alloy war god took a step back and raised his right arm. The 300,000-meter long alloy war god that was originally in his hand instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions sounded. This alloy war spear was too terrifying. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it wreaked havoc in the void for millions of kilometers. Along the way, all the battleships in its way, regardless of whether they were large or small fortresses, were all pierced through without exception. They exploded into huge fireballs that bloomed in space. Although Yi Xian threw out an alloy war spear on the surface, this war spear was actually formed from the countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all the micromolecules changed form directly, turning from a superalloy into a kind of super-concentrated energy. Then they exploded. This spear destroyed at least tens of thousands of battleships of the enemy camp. This was because there were too many battleships, fortresses, and fortresses in the void. As long as the spear didn't stop shooting, battleships would be destroyed every minute and every second. However, this was only the beginning. After the spear was thrown, Yi Xian made his move again. His right hand suddenly shook, and a pitch-black battle spear of the same length quickly appeared in the giant alloy palm that was holding the million-meter-thick spear. This battle spear was clearly not a physical entity. It was condensed from antimatter light energy and could not be touched at all. Otherwise, anything that touched it would be corroded. The reason why the alloy war god was able to hold it safely was because its palm and other parts were originally the energy vent of the antimatter light energy generator, made of a special material. Shio, rumble. With a deafening boom, the alloy war god abruptly came to a halt, its figure instantly leaping hundreds of miles away. At the same time, it raised its right hand, gripping the antimatter energy spear, and threw it with all its might without hesitation. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and with an ear-piercing sound, a black light pierced through the sky. The Long Yixian fortress was formed from the evolution of the world's insects. This mysterious existence was between life and non-life. It could evolve into anything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the life fortress. They were all evolved from its micromolecules. The spear that was thrown at this moment was completely different from the alloy war god's previous spear. It was formed from pure antimatter light energy. Its power could only be described with one word: terrifying. Whoosh, rumble. This spear formed from antimatter light energy was not only faster, but even after hitting the battleships, fortresses, the sound it made was different. Although the battleships, fortresses that were hit also exploded with the same roar, when this strange pitch-black spear pierced through the battleships, the sound it made was like melting snow, extremely ear-piercing. The materials used to build the interstellar battleships were the strongest and most advanced cosmic alloys, but under the impact of this antimatter energy spear, they did not have the slightest resistance. The antimatter energy spear that was 1 million feet long shot forward, and tens of thousands of battleships were pierced through in the short span of a breath. They then exploded, turning into giant fireballs in the void, like fireworks blooming in space. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed since the two spears were thrown. Although it was only a short time, and although the entire void battlefield was already in chaos, these two spears were too large, and the power they displayed after being thrown out was even more eye-catching. In addition, the alloy war god's 1 million feet long body was too eye-catching. As soon as the second antimatter energy light spear was thrown out, countless cries of surprise rang out from the void all around them. What's that? What a powerful spear! It traveled millions of miles in just half a breath. All the battleships along the way, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long star-class battleships or fortresses, none of them could stop it, and all of them exploded. The second spear is even more heaven-defying. It seems to be in the form of energy, and it's completely black. Could it be a spear formed from antimatter light energy? But how is that possible? Since when could antimatter energy be used like this? This is simply star-sky black technology. Yes, this is indeed star-sky black technology. That 100,000 feet tall alloy war god is proof. Could it be that you still haven't come to your senses? This alloy war god is clearly transformed from a super-large interstellar fortress. I just saw it with my own eyes. In just a few breaths, a star transformed. An empty fortress changed form in just a few breaths. It's so familiar, I seem to have heard of it before. Mechanical fusion technique. This is the ultimate mechanical fusion technique of the Tianji race. I remember now that energy spear formed from antimatter light energy is clearly the signature of another peerless genius. Even the antimatter energy light shield in the left hand of the alloy war god is the same. It's unique to Sha Baofeng. Sha Baofeng? Why would he appear here? The one who stepped into that super-large interstellar fortress was clearly Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the demon kin. That is indeed the case. The moment Mo Jinfeng stepped into that super fortress, the fortress transformed into a 100,000 zhang tall alloy war god. Heavens, the truth is too frightening. This old man has a bold guess, but I don't dare to say it out loud. Chapter 4033. 5 monsters in one body. When this sentence was roared by a certain starry sky powerhouse with a trembling voice, the entire starry sky void fell silent. Countless starry sky powerhouses, including the demon camp, stopped what they were doing at this moment and looked in horror at the giant alloy war god in the void. Looking over, no one doubted his current identity. That was the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng. This was because countless people had seen him dispel the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and summon a super fortress with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters with a wave of his hand. Then he stepped into it. And then, the super fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was comparable in size to a starry sky war god, began to change shape and finally settled into a humanoid alloy war god that was 100,000 meters tall. In the short span of a single breath, he threw out 2 terrifyingly powerful alloy spears. At the same time, it was the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Because whether it was the mechanical fusion ability that allowed the fortress to change shape in a short time, turning it into various mechanical battle insects, or even the humanoid alloy war god. It was the pitch-black antimatter energy light spear that was thrown out, and the pitch-black antimatter energy light shield that was still in the left hand of the alloy war god. All of this was the signature of the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Not to mention the other races of the 3 main starry sky planes, even within the Tianji clan, there was no other Tianji clan member who could have such an antimatter energy light spear and light shield that could be held in the hand of the alloy war god. In other words, this alloy war god was not only the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, but also the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was known as the number 1 person of the younger generation. This was simply the same person. In other words, the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, was actually the same as young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the little immemorial demon ape. He was just one of the identities of the demon race's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng. This was a shocking secret. The previous 4 peerless monsters as one was already shocking enough. It was unprecedented in history, causing countless powerhouses of the 3 main starry sky planes to sigh and sigh in regret. But it was not until today that they suddenly discovered that that was still not the limit. What was the big deal about the 4 peerless monsters as one? His true identity was one of the 5 freaks. And that wasn't even the most important part. Most importantly, one of these 5 peerless geniuses belonged to the Heaven's Legacy clan. This was the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race was a mechanical life form. All of the members of the Heaven's Legacy race were sentient robots that had developed their own consciousness and intelligence. Only then had they evolved into members of the Heaven's Legacy race. It could be said that each member of the Celestials' Legacy race was unique. They were not like other races that were not made of flesh and blood. They did not have a yuan spirit, only an electronic consciousness. This electronic consciousness was their core, just like a human soul. It was for this reason that it was absolutely impossible for an expert from another race to infiltrate the Celestial Legacy race. The souls of the human race and the yuan spirits of other life forms could not simulate the electronic consciousness of the Celestial Legacy race. They were 2 completely different forms of existence. Even the legendary extraterrestrial demons had a myriad of transformations. Whether it was a life form of flesh and blood, an energy life form, or a life form in between, the extraterrestrial demons could change between them at will. But in theory, even extraterrestrial demons could not disguise themselves as members of the Heaven's Legacy race and infiltrate their race. The electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms had its own unique characteristics. It was not limited to extraterrestrial demons, but also some of the rarest crystal life forms in the universe. Their core consciousness was some particularly strange life form or crystal frequency. But that was still different from the electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms and could not be disguised. It was also for this reason that ever since DE led the Heaven's Legacy race to conquer the first universe and became the overlord of the entire first universe, they had steadily developed for tens of thousands of years. Step by step, they had become stronger and stronger. But there had never been an expert from another race who had infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race and caused chaos. It could be said that for tens of thousands of years, the entire Heaven's Legacy race had been a super iron bucket. Even after developing to such a large scale and becoming the number 1 overlord of the 3 main dimensions of the universe, even the human race had to unite the various races of the second universe through the Myriad Net Federation in order to contend with the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race had suddenly migrated and disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. For such a long time, all the top forces and races of the three great dimensions had tried everything they could, but they had never successfully planted spies and scouts within the Heaven's Legacy race. However, this impenetrable legend seemed to have ended in the hands of the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. This peerless monster had not only infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race, but had also climbed to the high position of the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, the truth was so shocking. No one had thought that this so-called former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race was actually just another body of the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. It was just a part. After a brief silence, there was an uproar in the void. Countless experts from the three camps exclaimed and discussed, their tones filled with disbelief and disbelief. Even in the void far behind the two punitive expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal old monsters' divine senses transmitted to this plane, after a short silence, gasped one after another after detecting such a shocking change. They secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission, and their tones were filled with strong emotions. Bewilderment and doubt. Who can explain what's going on? What happened to the four great monsters in one body? How come there's suddenly another identity, and it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race? This is simply a joke. This is unlikely. Even if it's an ordinary member of the Heaven's Legacy race, it's almost impossible to impersonate. Who hasn't studied the electronic consciousness of mechanical life? What's more, it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. He isn't so stupid. But how do you explain the scene in front of us? That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we don't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, is also in that fortress. That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we didn't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, is also in that fortress. This is them deliberately confusing the public. Chapter 4034. Bang. Rumble. Rumble. In the demon domain, the vast void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been transformed into a world of blood and fire. It was like purgatory. Enormous rumbling resounded incessantly through space. Every single rumbling represented that a battleship had been struck by one or more beams of energy from the battleships, and it was either partially destroyed or completely destroyed before exploding into an enormous ball of flames that caused this extremely bright expanse of space to become empty. The space seemed even more dazzling. Just the 2 expeditionary armies from the second universe and the third universe had more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. Coupled with the 20 million battleships from the Devilmen, the total number of battleships that resided in this expanse of space had already exceeded 70 million. Even if it was the full-scale war between the Heavenly Fate clan and the Myriad Alliance, it had never occurred in such an enormous scale. Now, in various parts of the first universe, the war between the 4-race alliance led by the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious race, and the alliance formed by the slaves of the first universe, no matter how fierce and raging the war was, it was still far from reaching such a scale. Not to mention that there were over 5 million enormous native ferocious beasts that weren't smaller than the battleships amidst the chaotic battle. Besides that, there were a large number of comparatively formidable experts of the various races in space. They hadn't stayed within the battleships and had traversed space with their physical bodies instead. All of them had withdrawn combat weapons, magic treasures, revealed their bloodline true bodies, executed their innate divine abilities, and were either fighting in pairs or in groups. In short, this battle in space had developed to this point in less than a day of time, yet it had developed into a full-scale chaotic battle that raged like a raging fire. Both sides of the battle had already launched an all-out battle, and it was a situation where they wouldn't stop until one side was annihilated. A battle of such a level. The scale of a few tens of millions of battleships and the overall situation of the entire battlefield was indeed not something that could be influenced by a single person. unless an eternal old monster made a move. However, Yi Xian refused to believe this. Even though he was merely a region lord, he was too far away from the eternal realm, so he didn't possess the heaven-defying ability of the eternal realm at all. For example, Yi Xian did not possess the ability to flatten 6 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles with a flip of his hand in just 3 breaths of time. But if it was just destruction, Yi Xian had the ambition to compete with the immortal realm old monsters. This was also the reason why he was willing to reveal his identity as the peerless genius of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng. Now, he still didn't know that he had exposed his identity as the peerless genius of the Heaven's Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, and almost made a fool of himself. The 11 immortal realm old monsters, who didn't want to show up, were very suspicious and wouldn't act rashly. Actually, even if he was aware of this, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate at all, and he was bound to act. He would definitely give the invaders of the First Universe a painful beating in this battle with the intention of annihilating the entire demon folk race so that he and the demon folk race could develop swiftly and gain more time for him and the demon folk race to develop swiftly. So, no matter how suspicious those 11 immortal realm old monsters were, Yi Xian would use even more powerful methods to force them to the point they couldn't restrain themselves any longer and attack in the end. In the void, the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet in size abruptly raised its head and let out a long roar that quaked the stars. At the same time, a second pitch-black antimatter energy spear quietly materialized in the alloy war god's right hand within half a breath. Swish! This was the third spear if the world bugs had formed a group of self-destructing alloy war god spear was included. Yi Xian tossed it with all his might, and this time, his target was the area with the most battleships from the opposing side. As the sound of the air breaking rang out, all the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses along the way that the spear came into contact with exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 battleships were destroyed. In a short period of time, the 3 spears had destroyed at least 200,000 battleships of various types. Although it wasn't much compared to the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 great expeditionary camps, this was a result that Yi Xian completed in a short span of 10 breaths with his own strength. It was absolutely shocking. This was clearly the rhythm of single-handedly wreaking havoc in an area of the void. After a brief moment of shock, a group of high-ranking commanders from the opposing side's flagship fortresses in the void around them roared and bellowed one after another. "Stop him! Stop him immediately! All fortresses and fortresses in the vicinity, concentrate your firepower and bombard him with antimatter death ray cannons. Immediately! Do it immediately! Destroy this D*M human-shaped alloy war god as quickly as possible." He actually thinks that he can change the overall situation of a great war in space by himself. Who does he think he is? The savior of the world? This is something that even the 5 great evildoers as one would never be able to achieve. We don't have to do anything anymore. This old man doesn't believe that with 50 million battleships, even if only 1/10 of them open fire at the same time, he can still protect everyone with his own strength. What T5 great evildoers as one? In the end, he's still going to fall. Since ancient times, the 3 main dimensions of space have never lacked true evildoers, but as long as they don't grow up, everything will be for naught in the end. This person is too showy and has ruined his own future. There's no way forward. He will be bombarded to death by countless battleships in this battle. It had to be said that the alloy war god's sudden appearance had ended more than 200,000 warships and fortresses of various sizes with just 3 spears. For a short period of time, countless supervoid experts in the 2 opposing camps had yet to recover from their shock. They were still in a state of shock, which had a serious impact on their morale. In the various flagship fortresses in the distance, the high-ranking commanders of the major clans and top factions deliberately said such things, belittling the alloy war god and deliberately mocking Yi Xian, who was the 5 great evildoers as one. This was clearly done on purpose to raise morale. At this moment, as the reprimands and cold snorts rang out, a large number of low-ranking commanders in the various fortresses and fortresses of the opposing side finally recovered from their shock. They pulled themselves together and immediately carried out the intentions of the high-ranking commanders. They issued the order. Chapter 40:35. What? You don't dare to go up yourself, but you ordered your subordinates to suppress me with numbers? Are you planning to execute this king? Yi Xian sneered. He could see through the mentality of the upper echelons of the various races and factions, so he immediately mocked and ridiculed them. These fellows had clearly been beaten to a pulp before. 6 half-rotten old monsters had attacked, and the first 2 had died and the other had been captured. Of the remaining 4, if not for the sudden appearance of an undying old monster with a giant palm interfering with the battle, none of them would have been able to escape. But now, they were clearly afraid of Yi Xian. They didn't dare to go up personally and kill him. Instead, they ordered their subordinates to suppress him with numbers. They even deliberately belittled him and tried to raise their morale. What a joke! Yi Xian didn't give them any face and exposed them on the spot. He didn't care if this would affect the morale of the opposing faction. Immediately after, the 4th spear in his hand condensed and took shape again in a short breath. Old fools, you're the ones who are afraid of this king and don't dare to go up, yet you still want to pretend to be tough. Speaking up to here, Yi Xian's tone was full of disdain and arrogance. His last sentence was like a mad roar, leaking his domineering aura. This king will now give you a big slap in the face. Does anyone dare to go up and fight? Xiu. Hong Long Long. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th spear, Yi Xian, was suddenly thrown out. The sound of it breaking through the air was ear-piercing and soul-stirring. This time, Yi Xian aimed at a flagship stronghold that the upper echelons of a certain clan had spoken up for. The spear shot out, but it didn't hit any other battleships along the way. Following the gaps between the densely packed battleships, it accurately hit the flagship stronghold. A huge explosion sounded. The entire 100,000-meter diameter flagship stronghold was directly penetrated and then exploded. In just half a breath, it had disintegrated. At the same time, a large number of warriors rushed out from the collapsed flagship fortress. Most of them were wounded, but one of them had a powerful aura. He was obviously a half-step immortal, but he was in a mess because of the sudden explosion. His image had been damaged. What was even more unbearable was that this half-dead ancestor didn't even have the slightest bit of fighting spirit in the face of Yi Xian's blatant provocation. He didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. He coldly turned his head to look in this direction, then pinched his nose, turned around, and fled into the distance. Ha! Didn't you speak so domineeringly just now, as if you were evaluating me, saying that I would definitely fall in this battle? Now that you've been slapped in the face, why are you running away? The alloy war god threw his head back and laughed. His merciless taunts spread for thousands of miles, and the countless experts of the 3 great factions fighting in the void heard them all. In the demon camp, countless demon experts threw their heads back and laughed. Their morale soared. Even the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were roaring excitedly. For a moment, their morale was like a rainbow. On the other hand, the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps were deathly silent. Although the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps indeed had the upper hand on the battlefield, the demon imperial younger brother Mo Jufeng was too valiant. He had been using facts to show his unparalleled heroism. At this moment, even a half-dead old monster was slapped in the face by him in public and didn't dare to say anything. He actually directly admitted defeat while pinching his nose. Unknowingly, the morale of the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps fell again. Many experts of races and top-tier factions even subconsciously raised their hands to cover their faces. In just one short day, this was the 2nd time they did this. It really made people speechless. Wang. At the same time, the millions of warships of the 2 opposing camps that were closer to Yi Xian had completed the adjustment of the ship cannons' muzzles. All of them locked onto the huge body of the alloy war god. A low buzzing sound rang out at this moment, densely packed and spread out in the void. This was the movement caused by millions of fortresses and fortresses charging the antimatter energy death ray cannons on the ships at the same time. It made one's scalp tingle. In a distant void battlefield, The demon emperor Mo Zhutian and the other demon imperial clan higher-ups were observing the situation and issuing battle orders from time to time. His heart was in his throat at this moment. The alloy warship's combat strength was indeed astonishing. Its terrifying figure of 100,000 feet tall was like a great battle in the stars. Just its brute force alone could sweep through the stars. Moreover, it had a great killing weapon like the antimatter energy light spear. Even its huge body had a lot of combat equipment everywhere. In terms of long-range combat, there were even antimatter death ray cannons on its shoulders and back, including its elbows and knees. In terms of close-range combat, there were also all kinds of retractable hooks and sharp spikes that could appear at any time. Even so, against the massive antimatter energy death ray cannons fired by millions of warships at the same time, the alloy war god would not be able to hold on no matter how heaven-defying it was. There was indeed a shield in its left hand, as well as a pair of huge light halos on its back, all of which were condensed from black antimatter energy. The light halo's offensive energy turned into a pair of indestructible giant blades. Its defensive energy joined together and covered the alloy war god's body like an energy shield to protect itself. However, that could only protect against a small number of antimatter death ray cannons' energy beams. In the face of millions of ship cannons' energy beams that would drown the entire body, this shield and the energy shield formed by the light halos behind it could not block at all. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family began to worry. Just as the Demonkin king Mo Zhutian was about to give the order to attack the millions of fortresses and strongholds of the two opposing camps, a new change occurred in the central region of the Void battleground. Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, the alloy war god suddenly raised its left hand and threw out the huge antimatter death ray shield that was originally in its left hand like a huge dart. Along the way, at least 100,000 warships, fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were cut in half, exploding into huge fireballs on the spot. Huge fireballs. Too sharp. This was formed from antimatter energy and was absolutely indestructible. However, when the antimatter death ray shield was thrown out, the alloy war god's right hand did not condense a new spear. It seemed that it did not intend to continue attacking. Then, just as the countless starry sky experts of the three opposing camps did not understand what was going on, Yixian suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. As his huge arms spread out, a large cauldron and a black staff were directly summoned from the undying world within his body and held in his hands. Chapter 4036. In his left hand was the farmer god cauldron. In his right hand was the black-headed cudgel. All of them were heavy and violent weapons. At this moment, they were being held in the hands of the alloy war god. Compared to the image of Yi Xian dragging the black-headed cudgel with one hand in his true form of a three-headed six-armed demon ape, it was even more violent. It was simply shocking. In the void, the countless warships and fortresses of the three opposing factions were silent for a moment. In an instant, there was a wave of exclamations. The big-headed black cudgel. It's the big-headed black cudgel again. Damn it, what is Imperial Brother Mo Jinfeng doing? Why did he suddenly bring out this infamous cudgel? And there's also a giant cauldron. It should be the famous Medicine King's divine cauldron in young Master Ling Hu's hands. The cauldron in his left hand and the cudgel in his right. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he thinks he can block the bombardment of millions of warships and countless antimatter energy warship cannons like this? This is clearly the rhythm of launching an offensive, not a defensive one. It's getting more and more incomprehensible. Imperial Brother Mo Jinfeng doesn't take the usual path and doesn't play by the rules at all. Under such circumstances, he's not thinking of escaping or dodging, and he's actually thinking of launching an attack. It's too late to escape. At most, in another breath, millions of death ray cannons will fire in unison. At that time, the energy beams of the warship cannons will drown his body. He's doomed. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before these exclamations could fade, the 3 to 4 million warships, fortresses, and fortresses in the void had already adjusted the direction of their cannons and locked on to the alloy warship. They had already begun to bombard it one after another. The sound of breaking air resounded in this part of the void. Countless black antimatter death ray energy beams of varying sizes instantly intertwined into a net in the void. And at the center of this black net was the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet tall. In the blink of an eye, millions of death ray energy beams had already enveloped the entire body of the alloy war god. No one could see it anymore. The vast void in a radius of 10,000 miles around its body was surging with black death ray energy, as if wanting to completely annihilate this corner of the universe. Miraculous! At this moment, the hearts of countless experts from the three opposing camps rose to their throats. The originally intense situation in the starry sky had actually become stagnant at this moment, as if it had been frozen. The imperial brother of the demon kin, Mo Jinfeng, was too important. He was like a battle flag of the demon kin. His influence on this battle was immeasurable. And now he was facing a test of life and death, but this wasn't just about him. It could be said that whether or not he could survive this battle would affect the final outcome of this planar war in space. It would affect the honor and disgrace of every expert on both sides of the void battlefield. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. Practically every single expert of the three opposing sides had such comprehension, and it was even to the extent that those 10-plus half-aged ancestors of the opposing side who had been terrified out of their wits a long time ago and didn't dare to jump out and face him head-on. At this moment, the dozen or so old ancestors, including Sao, Xianxia, and Gongshou Xian, were definitely more nervous than anyone else. Uneasiness rose in their hearts. That was because with their cultivation and ability, they had clearly seen a bizarre sight before the boundless antimatter energy ocean formed by millions of death ray cannons blanketed them. In that instant, the divine cauldron of the Medicine King that was held in the alloy war god's left hand in an extremely domineering manner clearly gushed out a large amount of nine-colored mist from the mouth of the cauldron. In less than a tenth of an instant, it completely enveloped the alloy war god's 100,000 feet tall body. They were naturally aware of the infamous reputation of the divine cauldron of the Medicine King, and it was incomparably deep. The imperial brother of the demon kin, Mo Jinfeng, as the owner of the treasured cauldron who had long since refined the cauldron of the five great prodigies, was clearly more aware of its power. In fact, during the second unforeseen event in the root of all Evil Star region, young Master Ling Hu had used this cauldron to resist the terrifying pressure of the Netherworld cauldron. He had forcibly brought out millions of native ferocious beasts and a large number of powerhouses from various races from the root of all Evil Star region. The latter had been used by him to extort various races and obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources. The former, on the other hand, seemed to have finally submitted. Now, together with the 20 million battleships of the Demonkin race, they were jointly resisting the invasion of the 50 million battleships of the two major planes. When they thought of all this, Sal and the dozen or so old ancestors of various races and top forces could not remain calm. Although the black sea of antimatter energy formed by the simultaneous firing of 3 to 4 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes was terrifying and could probably shake even an immortal, compared to the root of all evil, compared to the terrifying pressure of the Netherworld cauldron, it was really difficult to determine who was stronger or weaker. At this moment, what they were most worried about was that the imperial brother of the demon kin, Mo Jinfeng, would rely on the endless nine-colored mist surging out of the mouth of the divine cauldron of the Medicine King to forcefully resist this wave of attacks. If that was really the case, this monster would really be unkillable. Even an army of 50 million battleships would not be able to do anything to him. How could that be? Such an outcome was simply despairing. Unfortunately, even if they did not want to see such a scene, in the end, what should have happened had still happened. This kind of antimatter energy could not exist for a long time. Once it was blasted out of the antimatter energy generator, it would be quickly consumed in the positive material world. Even if this was a sea of antimatter energy formed by 3 to 4 million death ray cannon energy beams, it could only last for a short period of time. It was only a few breaths. After a few breaths, this black sea completely disappeared. The heroic body of the alloy war god, which was originally shrouded and could no longer be seen at all, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes, unscathed. From the mouth of the cauldron in his left hand, There was a large amount of nine-colored mist gushing out like a fountain, protecting his entire body. The mist shrouded him, revealing a dreamy color, but it was incomparably real. Very obviously, the energy of this black antimatter sea that had already dissipated was blocked by this nine-colored mist, perhaps even consuming a part of the nine-colored mist. But this did not matter. The true form of this farmer god's treasure cauldron was much larger than a giant star. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy inside was. What Yi Xian could activate now was only a very small part. Even if some of the nine-colored mist gushing out of the cauldron was consumed, it was simply not to the extent of damaging the power of the cauldron, and it was not to the extent that it could reach. Chapter 4037. This scene was simply like a miracle. A few million forts and fortresses of various sizes had been launched with all their might, and the energy beams of a few million deathlight cannons converged together to form an ocean of antimatter energy that enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers. Such a terrifying attack was even capable of heavily injuring or shaking an Eternal Realm expert. Even if Mo Jinfeng was one of the 5 great monstrous geniuses, his own cultivation was too weak after all, and he was far from maturing. Even if he'd activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, he was only at the Region Lord realm. Even with the addition of the defensive power of the humanoid alloy war god that was larger than a large stronghold and comparable to a super stronghold in space, there was no way it could compare to a true undying old monster. Theoretically speaking, it was absolutely impossible to resist the impact of such an ocean of antimatter energy. But the actual outcome was the exact opposite. Not only had he resisted it, he was completely unharmed. He was in the exact same posture before the black ocean of antimatter energy enveloped him, and he was still in the exact same posture when the black ocean of antimatter energy dispersed after over a dozen breaths of time. What did this represent? This represented the terrifying antimatter light energy ocean. It was not even worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. The other party's entire body was covered by it, but it did not even struggle or evade. It stood proudly in the void, majestic and unmoving. This was a true posture of invincibility. The appearance of the 5 great monstrous geniuses in one body and the number 1 expert in the younger generation was so extraordinary, yet it was so despairing. Countless devil experts instantly cheered thunderously on the side of the devils, and it was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine and tortoise led by the few million native ferocious beasts raised their heads towards the sky and howled with excitement while revealing ferocious expressions. On the other hand, the opposing sides were deathly silent, and only endless sighs and gasps resounded. Sal, Longsagorge, Gong Shou Exin, and the other half-aged ancestors of the various clans and top-rate powers were dumbstruck, and their eyes emanated the glow of despair. This time, they were in complete despair, and they were filled with deep unwillingness. Because as far as they were concerned, this wasn't Mo Jinfeng's own strength at all, and it was entirely the contribution of the terrifying divine cauldron of the Medicine King that could compete with the nether furnace in terms of pressure. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Treasures were meant for people, and only the virtuous would be able to obtain them. This cauldron was originally located in a secret area of the Heavenly War Empire in the Third Universe. It was impossible that no immortal realm warriors had discovered it, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. And now, he had been completely refined in the hands of Mo Jinfeng, his royal brother, and could be as big or as small as he wished. This in itself already explained the problem. After a short moment of silence, the 11 immortal realm old monsters, who had hidden their true bodies in parallel spaces behind the 2 opposing camps, finally let out exclamations of surprise and bewilderment. Something's not right. Could it be that our previous judgment was wrong? Something is indeed wrong. If it is as we have deduced before, all of this is merely a scheme of the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan. Although little Mo has stepped into this super fortress that has transformed into an alloy war god, in reality, the one who has begun the mechanical fusion is not him. Instead, it is Tianji who has already entered this super fortress. The peerless genius of our clan, Sha Baofeng. Then how do you explain this scene in front of us? Whether it is the big-headed black stick or the Shenong cauldron, they are the most precious treasures of Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother. It is impossible for such precious treasures of the Desolation era to be left in the hands of others. Even if the Demonkin and the Tianji clan have a close relationship, little Mo would never temporarily lend them to Sha Baofeng. In fact, even if he wanted to lend them, it is impossible. Once these precious treasures of the Desolation era have been refined, no one else can activate them. But now, they are clearly in the hands of the Alloy War God, and they are activated without any delay. It is definitely the original body that is controlling them. Could it be that the being who has performed the mechanical fusion in the Alloy War God is really Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother? Is the so-called 5 peerless geniuses in one true body? This is the only reasonable explanation. What a peerless genius! He even infiltrated the Tianji clan and once became the young patriarch of the clan. Is D blind? That should be the case. Previously, this old man felt that Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan was not true. Now, it seems that the only explanation is that little Mo's identity as a spy of the Tianji clan was exposed and was seen through by D. That's why he said those words to discuss D. For the sake of his reputation, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. So, the so-called conspiracy between the Demonkin and the Tianji clan is completely false? Since that's the case, shouldn't we make some adjustments to our next plan? What is going on? The situation of the entire war, including the strategic layout, has been ruined by little Mo's interference. That little Mo brat is ruining things again and again. This brat is too good at causing trouble. He's simply a troublemaker. Prepare to take action. The conventional forces at the front can no longer suppress him. Even if there are 50 million warships, it is useless. Only the immortal realm experts like us can suppress him. Seconded, rumble, boom. Just as the 11 immortal realm old monsters were secretly discussing, there was a brief moment of silence in the void battlefield where more than 70 million battleships of the 3 opposing camps were gathered. In an instant, a large number of roars and explosions resounded again. Countless warship cannons, after a short pause, began to bombard again. Everything before was just an episode of attention. For the countless starry sky experts in the tens of millions of warships of both sides, this battle was far from over. It could even be said that it had just begun. The fierce starry sky unfolded again, but compared to before, the morale of the two sides was completely different. With more than 50 million warships and fortresses of various sizes, the morale of the 2 expeditionary camps in the stronghold was extremely low. On the other hand, the Demonkin and the indigenous fierce beasts, who only had half the battle strength of the other side, had high morale at this moment. Although they were still in a disadvantageous position, no one retreated. All the indigenous fierce beasts were roaring and fighting in the void with their physical bodies, which made people raise their eyebrows. It was also at this time that the Alloy War God, whose body was 100,000 feet tall and was shrouded in a dense 9-colored mist, turned his head and looked at an area millions of miles away to the right where a large number of enemy warships were congested. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Chapter 4038. Did you enjoy the bombardment just now? Millions of warships firing in unison. Countless antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons gathered in one place, intertwining into a net, converging into a sea. What a grand gesture! Turning to look at the void ahead to the right where many fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were congested, the expression on the Alloy War God's face actually changed, showing a human-like look of disdain. Yi Xian's voice that came out of his mouth was filled with ridicule and ridicule. However, when it entered the ears of the experts in the large number of battleships in the void, it was no different from the soul-devouring demonic sound. Everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and their faces instantly turned ashen. Even if there was water in the brain, after hearing such words, they could immediately guess what the Alloy War God was going to do next. Didn't you enjoy the bombardment just now? Since you didn't kill me, now it's my turn to fight back. Realizing this, the commanders in the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were instantly scared out of their wits. Exclamations rang out almost at the same time as they issued orders. Spread out! Spread out immediately! Heavens, this god of slaughter is pissed off. He's going to flip out. You idiots! There are fortresses and fortresses of various sizes all around us. If we wait for them to move away and make way, we'll have died 2 or 3 times already. Activate the warp jump program now. No matter where we go, we just need to perform void teleportation and leave this corner of the void. It's over, it's over. We've been targeted. The antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons are the most concentrated here. The demon imperial brother Mo Jinfeng is going to retaliate immediately. Hum. Hum, hum, hum. Filled with shock, before the chaotic cries of alarm had died down, a large number of low humming sounds rang out in the area. A large number of warships were crowded together. The ones at the edge could immediately escape, but the ones at the center could only wait. However, the current situation was too critical. The ferocity of the alloy war god had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts, and no one dared to let their guard down. Thus, as the order was given, a large number of warships began to charge, preparing to use void warp to leave this area first. In fact, the surroundings of this space battlefield were already densely packed with all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. It was a chaotic battle, and it was extremely unwise to perform a void jump in such a situation. It was very likely that after the void jump was completed, one would directly appear above a battleship and crush it. Or, after completing a void jump and appearing in a certain empty space, the ship would be hit by a beam of energy that just so happened to pass through that space node. This was the so-called starry sky level being caught in the crossfire, the most tragic of all. However, the performance of the alloy war god in this battle had created too much pressure. Countless experts in the 2 opposing camps, including Sal and the dozen or so half-dead great ancestors, had a psychological shadow in their hearts. At this moment, facing the alloy war god that was about to kill them, even if they had to take this risk, they couldn't care less. Even if they really encountered an accident after completing a void jump and ran into the crossfire of a starry sky level being, it was still better than staying where they were and immediately being blown to bits by the alloy war god. You want to leave? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Yi Xian sneered and immediately began to intercept. The alloy war god's gigantic body covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers with a single stride. During this time, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel that were held in its left and right hands were not idle. The farmer god's cauldron was like a real heavy weapon. It swept out directly, and all the warships and fortresses it encountered along the way exploded. It was the same for the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. Although it was lighter than the farmer god's cauldron and did not have the power of a heavy weapon like the farmer god's cauldron that could destroy a large number of warships with a single sweep, it was more nimble. The alloy war god's right hand swung the big-headed black cudgel like a windmill. The alloy war god's cauldron blew up all kinds of warships without exception. This ambush was only a few million kilometers away. For the alloy war god, who was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, it was just a few dozen void leaps. In just a dozen breaths, Yi Xian had already rushed to this area of the void that was congested with a large number of fortresses and fortresses. Along the way, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel had destroyed at least 200,000 to 300,000 warships of the enemy camp. At this time, a small number of the millions of warships and fortresses of various sizes that were congested in this corner of the void had already performed void jumps and successfully escaped. However, Yi Xian did not pay attention to them. There were still many enemy warships in front of him. He would pick the ones that were close to him first. As for the ones that had escaped, he would deal with them later. Take care of them. The next scene perfectly demonstrated the saying of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and it was of the starry sky level. The alloy war god that was hundreds of thousands of meters in size was so huge that even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was just a dot in front of it. Not to mention that it was also carrying a cauldron and a black cudgel in each of its hands, which were also hundreds of thousands of meters in size. With a single sweep, almost a sea of warships and fortresses of various sizes exploded with a rumble. Such a scene was simply like the purgatory of the stars. As a large number of warships of various sizes exploded, countless starry sky experts of various races from both camps fell out. All of them cried out in horror and fled for their lives in the void. However, many of them were extremely unfortunate. In the process of fleeing, even if the strong wind swept by the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel brushed past them, they would instantly explode and die, turning into a rain of blood that splattered all over the void. The casualties were too tragic. A large number of lives were being lost every second. This was the true purgatory of the stars. Coincidentally, among the millions of warships of various sizes that were congested in this area, there happened to be a main flagship fortress of the enemy camp that was overseen by a half-rotten old ancestor. At this time, although this main flagship fortress had not been destroyed by Yi Xian, in the end, it was obvious that it would not be able to escape such an ending. This was because the charging of its void jump had not yet been completed, and the alloy war god was already only tens of thousands of kilometers away. It only needed one more large stride to reach it. In his panic, the half-rotten old monster overseeing this main flagship fortress could not sit still in the end. He directly rushed out of the flagship fortress, manifested his bloodline true body, turned around, and fled into the void in the distance. This half-rotten old monster came from various races of the second universe. He was one of the few half-rotten old ancestors left in the command council of various races of the second universe. Seeing that his bloodline true body, which was about 10,000 meters in size, was covered in green, and some parts had wrinkles like old tree bark, this was clearly a half-rotten old ancestor from the tree spirit clan. Old ancestor rotten. To put it bluntly, he looked like an old tree that had become a spirit. Chapter 4039. The words, "Where are you running to?" almost made the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, spit out blood on the spot. This was too much of a bully, he even attacked him personally. Bang! In the next moment, a loud sound was heard. The alloy war god, who was holding the Shenong treasure cauldron in his left hand and the big-headed black stick in his right hand, had already arrived in front of him. With a sweep of the big-headed stick, before Ling Baopu could react, he had already been sent flying diagonally, at least 2 to 3 million miles away. Then, the devil cultivator royal brother Mo Jiefeng exclaimed softly in surprise, "Could it be that Tai Shuqing's spirit? It actually didn't smash. It's just a piece of rotten wood. Could it be that you want to smash it twice? What a waste." Pfft. This time, Ling Baopu really vomited blood. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or because he was smashed by the big-headed black stick. He spat out a stream of green liquid, and green stars circled in front of him endlessly. "Little bastard, you're going too far, $$. Without waiting for the little green stars circling above his head to completely disperse, the half-dead ancestor of the tree spirit clan had already started cursing on the spot, bursting out with vulgarities. A dignified half-dead old monster was actually scolded by a junior as rotten wood, saying that it was a waste of energy to not smash it with a single blow. This was simply a blatant humiliation, and it was too unbearable. Under the agitation in his heart, Ling Baopu did not escape. In any case, the opponent's speed was so fast that there was basically no hope of escaping. He immediately let out a furious roar, and his body, which was only about 10,000 feet tall, instantly expanded. A large expanse of green quickly spread out in the void. Swish! Swish! Countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Baopu's figure was already like a towering tree, turning into an incomparably ferocious giant tree monster. At this moment, countless thick tentacle-like roots suddenly shot out from his body. Like a net, with the original body as the center, it quickly spread out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large area of the void as far as 1,000,000 miles away. This was the race's bloodline ability, the vine spirit sealing technique. Although these spirit vines could only cover a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, in this void that was shrouded by spirit vines, as long as there was any movement, the main body would be able to immediately detect it and form a certain degree of sealing effect. This was something that Yi Xian had practically noticed at the first possible moment. because when he fought the world Tao Lord of the Tree Spirit Clan, Ling Puzi, in the root of all evil, he'd once encountered the latter execute this bloodline divine ability. It had to be said that this kind of tree spirit race bloodline ability was quite a headache to deal with. In the void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, countless green vine tentacles that looked like spirit snakes were extremely entangled. But comparatively speaking, this kind of bloodline ability was quite beneficial to Yi Xian, and he had benefited from it. As such, when the alloy war god suddenly saw him, he was stunned for a moment, but soon broke into a grin. At the same time, the expected sound of the system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering wood essence. Effect: it is possible to increase the grade of the Xinnong exotic flame. Would you like to extract it immediately? As expected, he had encountered another opportunity to absorb a large amount of wood essence. This dense patch of green spirit vines that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles had originally given Yi Xian quite a headache, but after encountering such a turn of events, it was as expected. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The so-called extraction was actually very simple. It was to use the Xinnong exotic flame to burn the green spirit vines in the void ahead. During this burning process, the spirit vines would wither and turn into ashes, and the wood essence contained within would be directly absorbed by the Xinnong exotic flame, becoming the growth of the Xinnong exotic flame. The energy and resources of the divine ability. The patch of spirit vines in front of him covered a large area of 1,000,000 miles in the void. Even if each spirit vine only contained a little bit of the so-called wood essence, the key was that there was a lot of it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there was no extravagant hope of increasing the grade of the Xinnong exotic flame again. After all, the Xinnong exotic flame was already a 6-colored flame, far from what the original 2-colored flame could compare to. However, there were still some benefits. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the Xinnong cauldron in his left hand instantly poured out a large canopy of dazzling Xinnong 6-colored flames towards the spreading and still expanding sea of green vines. Just as Peng Xinnong's 6-colored flames reached the edge of the spirit vine void and finally came into contact with the green spirit vines of varying thickness, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop and exclaim in shock occurred. Huff, slash, chi. The whistling sound of waves of flames rang out, followed by a dense and ear-piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice. The Xinnong's 6-colored flames, which were only 1,000 feet in diameter a moment ago, suddenly burst into flames the moment they came into contact with the edge of the spirit vine void. In less than a breath of time, it had already spread tens of thousands of miles. In an instant, it burned a dazzling hole in the spirit vine void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Ah, save me, this ghost flame is actually absorbing my wood spirit essence. This is the life source of my wood spirit clan. In the central domain of the spirit vine void, the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, had a drastic change in expression. He let out an incomparably terrified scream, and his entire body began to tremble at this moment. For the experts of the wood spirit clan, the sea of green vines that was manifested by the activation of the bloodline true body was actually his main body. Once this vast sea of green vines was incinerated, no matter how vigorous the life force of the wood spirit clan was, it would still suffer. Even if they didn't die on the spot, their level of life would decline and the intelligence they had gained would disappear. They would turn into an ordinary piece of rotten wood. This was definitely an outcome that no wood spirit expert was willing to see and absolutely unacceptable. Unfortunately, Yi Xian would not care so much. The expert of the wood spirit clan he encountered this time was a half-decayed ancestor of the clan. The quality of the wood spirit essence contained in this vast sea of green vines was far superior to that of Ling Puzi, the Taoist child of heaven and earth of the clan. If he missed this village, there would be no such shop. Now that he had the opportunity to absorb freely, how could he miss it? Huff! In the blink of an eye, the Xinnong 6-colored flames burned fiercely. In just 2 or 3 breaths, this sea of green vines, which had already reached an area of 1,000,000 miles, but was still expanding outwards, was completely burned into nothingness. It was just as Yi Xian had guessed before. Due to the fact that it had already evolved to the level of a six-colored flame, even though it had absorbed more wood spirit essence than before, the grade of the Shinong heavenly flame did not increase again because of this. Chapter 40. With the death of the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, the sea of green vines that his body had transformed into completely vanished. All the wood spirit essence in his body had been absorbed by Yi Xian's Shinong six-colored flame. The surrounding void once again fell into a deathly silence. Then, there was a large number of hissing sounds and gasping sounds. Suddenly, soft exclamations rang out. "This is really too amazing. What a powerful flame. No wonder it could trap 4 half-dead ancestors at the same time." A half-rotten old ancestor, a powerhouse of the wood spirit clan known for his vigorous vitality, only lasted for a few breaths of time before he was completely annihilated. Now it seems that the previous half-rotten old ancestor was too lucky. He had the help of an immortal old monster and escaped from a similar six-colored sea of flames. Otherwise, the final result would have been the same as now. He would have been killed in a short period of time. Heaven-defying. The demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jinfeng of the 5 great monsters is really heaven-defying this time. This is definitely the rhythm of a plane-level Star War by himself. Apart from the immortal old monster, who else would dare to mention the word suppress? As for Sao, Long Xixia, and Gong Shouxin, who had just experienced the power of the Shinong six-colored flame not long ago, were now extremely pale. The half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, who was swallowed by the six-colored flame sea, reminded them of themselves. They were indeed too lucky before. If not for that, they would have died long ago. Thinking of this, the 4 half-dead old monsters, as well as the other half-dead old monsters of the 2 camps, all made up their minds at this moment. No matter how this battle continued, they would never touch this bad luck again and jump out to fight the demon cultivator royal brother. Mo Jinfeng, this god of slaughter, fighting in close quarters was definitely courting death. Everything happened so fast that in the void tens of millions of miles behind the 2 enemy camps, the 11 undying old monsters, who had been hiding in a parallel space and only left a strand of their soul consciousness in the star area, didn't even have time to react. They had originally decided to attack Yi Xian, because from the current situation, not only was the conventional force of more than 50 million warships unable to suppress the demon imperial brother Mo Jiefeng, even the combined forces of the dozen or so half-dead ancestors of the various races and top forces were not enough. This monstrous existence that was one of the 5 monstrous geniuses was the undisputed number 1 person among the younger generation. He had truly displayed the ability to influence and even influence the situation of this planar-level starry sky war by himself. Unfortunately, before they could make a move, this half-dead ancestor of the Wood Spirit clan had already perished. In just a dozen breaths of time, tens of thousands of years of cultivation had all gone down the drain. After doing all this, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jiefeng acted as if he had only done a trivial matter. After turning around, he roared again, and the Shinong treasure cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hands swept again, and once again rushed into the void where a large number of battleships were congested. Rumbling explosions and rumbling sounds rang out again, continuing without end. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes turned into fireballs in the starry sky. Roar! I can't take it anymore. I have to kill this little bastard immediately. An earth-shattering roar rang out. In the void behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the universe's starry sky was suddenly torn apart. One of the 11 undying old monsters had finally made a move. No wonder he was the first to lose control. This undying old monster obviously came from the second universe, and perhaps he had a close relationship with the Wood Spirit clan. Because from the bloodline true body he had manifested, it was clear that he did not belong to any of the top 10 races of the second universe. In the second universe's plane, the top 10 races dominated the majority, but some of the smaller races that were ranked outside the top 10 also had undying old monsters. But just one undying old monster was not enough to ensure the prosperity of the entire race for hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, these races that were not in the top 10 would basically choose to form a private alliance with one of the top 10 races. And now, this undying old monster who jumped out first had such a relationship with the Wood Spirit clan behind him. Therefore, when he saw the half-dead ancestor of the Wood Spirit clan being killed, he had to do something no matter what. After all, the Wood Spirit clan did not have an undying old monster this time, so he was almost like half an elder to the half-dead Wood Spirit clan elite, Ling Baopu. This undying old monster was a sky-shattering green goat. At this moment, the bloodline true body he had manifested was 100,000 feet tall, comparable to the alloy war god. It was entirely green, and a pair of giant horns were said to have some kind of unique power, which was the key to this race's bloodline. It could perform some kind of powerful innate divine ability, and it was said that even the universe's firmament could rely on a pair of goats. Poke a hole in the horns. Unfortunately, he was destined not to have the chance to perform this rare innate divine ability in public today. This was because almost at the same moment when this sky-shattering green goat's true body rushed out of the parallel space and directly performed teleportation, arriving in the void of the battlefield thousands of miles away in front of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already waved his hand and summoned the battle of time of the undying world in his body. After going through so much trouble, he had finally angered an undying old monster. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot and kill this undying green goat as quickly as possible. This way, he would not give the other undying old monsters any time to react. It was very likely that he would enrage all of them and kill them in one fell swoop. They would all rush out. In this way, his mission would be considered complete. Boom! A loud sound came from the void as the golden battle of time crossed in front of him. Within the alloy war god, Xianxia immediately roared, "It's just an undying old monster. What are you being so arrogant for? Just kill it?" Following this roar, the Green Gold Emperor within the Battle of Time also received the order to attack with all his might. In the next instant, within the core node of the Battle of Time's central domain, the Green Gold Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. Within the thousands of beehive nodes, the 10 purple gold slime kings and the tens of millions of gold slime kings also fully activated the power within their bodies at this moment, and a shocking pressure rapidly condensed. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and invisible ripples instantly spread out from the Green Gold Emperor's body, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive nodes, and then along the pipes connected to the outer walls, instantly transmitting out. At this moment, all the tens of millions of slime kings within the beehive nodes trembled. Chapter 40-41. In an instant, countless rays of purple-gold brilliance rushed into the 4 walls of the beehive node as if they had a mind of their own. They followed the pipes on the outer wall and surged towards the core beehive node where the lapis gold slime emperor was located. All of this happened in less than half an instant. In just half an instant, the dense golden-purple radiance converged from the thousands of beehive nodes. After entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the center region of the 9th ring inside the giant horns suddenly shone brightly. A scorching purple-gold light suddenly burst out. Everything that happened next was as expected. The core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a purple-gold world. Waves of purple-gold ripples spread out along the warcloth. In front of the mouth of the huge horn, a purple-gold fan-shaped ripple was derived, as if it was a dazzling purplish-gold tide pushed forward. Walala! The purple-gold tide of time flowed past, and the invisible power of the universe's time laws appeared, freezing the body of the sky-breaking green sheep thousands of miles away. For a moment, it couldn't struggle at all. Immediately afterward, as this strange purple-gold tide pushed forward like a tide, its huge true body instantly changed. The first thing to bear the brunt was the 2 most conspicuous huge intestine goat horns on his head. They were originally bright red like blood, but now, in less than half an instant, they had changed. They were as red as blood in half an instant, completely dimmed. Immediately after, as the purple-gold tide flowed past its body, the originally lustrous fur of the sky-breaking green sheep's enormous true body also quickly dimmed without any suspense. The green luster disappeared, and large pieces of fur fell off, floating into the void of the universe, turning into ashes. All of this, whether it was the sky-breaking green sheep or the other 10 immortal old monsters behind the 2 great expeditionary camps, who were still hibernating in the parallel space and only left a wisp of divine sense to pay attention to the situation of the battle in this star field, were all caught off guard. They didn't know that not long ago, Yixian had killed or captured 4 undying beings in this star field, but through Yixian's battle of time and the scene of the half-rotten ancestor almost dying miserably and being captured alive, they were able to analyze this strange purple gold. The power of the tide could last for 30,000 years. Even one of the immortal realm old monsters had calculated the number of waves of the purple gold tide that could be triggered by the Time War Raja, which was 3 waves. But even so, they still did not expect Yixian to act so quickly and decisively. This freak that was formed from 5 great monstrous geniuses was simply on the verge of piercing through the heavens. How audacious! He was merely at the Region Lord realm, yet he actually didn't hesitate at all when facing the attack of an Eternal Realm expert, and he didn't even give it any thought before utilizing the Warcry of Time and activating it on the spot. It was to the extent that they didn't even have the time to react. The sky-breaking green sheep that had just leaped forward was frozen on the spot. Moreover, its enormous body had instantly fallen into defeat from the impact of the second wave of the purple gold tide. After all, it was an extremely long period of time that had instantly flowed through its bloodline, and no one would be able to endure it. At this moment, the sky-breaking green sheep who'd suffered an attack that was practically like a sniper attack was completely stunned. The domineering descent that was supposed to happen had actually become like this. When did the deterrent force of an Eternal Realm expert become so disregarded? Swoosh! In next to no time, before it could recover from its shock, the weak sound of waves resounded once more, and the second wave of the purple gold tide had arrived at this moment. This wave of the purple gold tide lasted for another 3 years in an instant. At this moment, the sky-breaking green sheep still hadn't recovered from its shock in days from before when its enormous body had suffered an enormous misfortune once more. This time, besides large amounts of fur falling off, large amounts of flesh and blood had started to melt, and it was even to the extent that its internal organs and some golden bones had started to appear. The bright light in its eyes that was originally glowing brilliantly dimmed down swiftly. At this moment, the second wave of the purple gold tide had just arrived, and it hadn't completely flowed through it. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of the purple gold tide had vanished. At this moment, almost half of the internal organs on the enormous body of the sky-breaking green sheep that was originally filled with vital energy and blood could be seen. Moreover, its bones seemed to have decayed to the extreme. Within a short span of 2 seconds, this flesh and blood-treasured body had already been mercilessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. It was only an undying old monster. If it had been a universe-level great being, it would have already perished. However, right after that, the third wave of the purple gold tide came. Its speed was also extremely fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed through this decaying body. As the third wave of the purple gold tide faded away, the sky-breaking green sheep's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its white bones and internal organs, began to completely collapse in the blink of an eye. A large amount of internal organs fell out of its abdomen and turned into ashes along with the purple gold tide. The golden bones were also scattered and disintegrated one after another. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the purple gold tide and turned into ashes and dissipated with a loud bang. A lifespan of 100,000 years was the limit of an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. This sky-breaking green sheep came from a race that wasn't very powerful in the second universe. Although it had gone through bitter training and finally stepped into the Eternal Realm, after all, the race's foundation was still there. In fact, it didn't have any heaven-defying methods or treasures. It was definitely just an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. In the past, its lifespan had been improved step by step, and in the process of finally evolving to the Eternal Realm, it had already consumed more than 20,000 years of lifespan. In fact, it was only left with about 70,000 years of lifespan. However, 3 waves of the purple gold tide represented the instantaneous passage of 90,000 years of lifespan. How could it withstand it? It could be said that, in fact, after the second wave of the time tide flowed, this eternal realm sky-breaking green sheep was almost completely annihilated. However, Xian didn't intend to save the third wave of the purple gold tide for the purpose of conserving the kinetic energy of the war pull. After all, this was the last wave of the purple gold tide that the war pull could trigger today. There wasn't much meaning in leaving it behind. On the contrary, if this eternal realm sky-breaking green sheep was left with half of its life, in case it or other eternal realm experts had some kind of secret technique that could bring it back to life. As usual, it could once again erupt with the power of the eternal realm within a short period of time. Or it could simply use some kind of top-grade resources to recover part of its injuries and regain the ability to participate in the subsequent battles. That would be really not worth the loss. Chapter 40-42. As far as Xian was concerned, killing this immortal stage green goat wasn't a big deal. He didn't even feel any joy in his heart. After all, just a few days ago, he had killed or captured 4 immortal rank old monsters in the Demonkin Star Field. Compared to the 4 immortal realm old monsters from the first universe, this immortal realm green sheep's strength could only be considered to be at the bottom, only at the early stage of the immortal realm. But this was only him. In the eyes of others, it was not so. At this moment, among the countless experts of the 3 opposing camps who were lingering in this vast void, except for the starry sky experts of the demon race camp, they had also witnessed the shocking battle a few days ago with their own eyes. Their nerves were thicker, and they were more tolerant of the scene that was happening today, so they did not pass. They were not surprised. Countless starry sky experts in the other 2 expeditionary camps, after a short moment of sluggishness, completely exploded in an instant. In the void, for a time, there were all kinds of shocked cries. Compared to the previous few half-dead old ancestors from various clans and top forces who were either killed or captured, the one who died today was a real immortal realm old monster. The shock was absolutely incomparable to that of the past. Oh my God, what happened? None of this is real. Illusion, it's definitely an illusion. Either the cultivation of that immortal realm green sheep is wrong, or there's something wrong with my eyes. An immortal realm green sheep, although it doesn't belong to a powerful bloodline race, it's an immortal realm old monster after all, right? But in the hands of the demon domain royal brother Mo Jinfeng, why do I feel that it's not even as good as those half-dead old ancestors before? Damn it, I feel the same. We must have opened it the wrong way. This scene can't be real at all. There must be something wrong with it. Immortal realm old monster. This is an immortal realm old monster, but he completely fell in just 3 breaths. Not even his corpse was left, only half of his bones were left lying in the void. It seems that the rumor is true. Mo Jeffing, the royal brother of the demon dweller, does have the ability to kill immortal realm old monsters. An immortal realm old monster of the Federation Senate fell in the demon dweller star area in the first universe. It must be him who did it. He's only at the region lord realm. Not only did he kill an ancestor who was on the verge of death, he actually instantly annihilated an eternal old monster. This is truly fucking lethal. Along with these tide-like discussions, the other 10 immortal realm old monsters in the void far behind the 2 opposing expeditionary camps finally reacted. Although their original bodies were all hidden in unknown parallel planes, from beginning to end, they had separated a strand of their divine sense to pay close attention to everything that happened in this first universe, the Demonkin Star Field. Therefore, the 10 immortal realm old monsters could be said to have witnessed the fall of this immortal realm skybreaker green goat. They hadn't reacted earlier because everything had occurred too quickly, and they didn't have the time to take any measures to deal with it. But now, after a short moment of being stunned, the 10 immortal realm old monsters finally returned to their senses. For a time, furious roars and roars resounded successively, but they were still unable to be heard by the outside world, and only they were able to hear them. We were careless and actually allowed Brother Yang to charge out by himself, causing us to be ambushed. A weapon of mass destruction. It really is a weapon of mass destruction. Every single wave of this violet gold tide of time represents the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years of time. In a short period of 3 breaths of time, 3 waves of violet gold tides are equivalent to the erosion of 90,000 years of time. I'm afraid none of us will be able to resist it. Trash. A bunch of trash. An army of over 50 million battleships and over 10 half-step immortal realm old monsters were actually unable to destroy the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of time in Kidmo's possession. Yeah, we lost an immortal realm old monster for nothing. But then again, we can't blame anyone for this. Brother Yang was too impulsive. He knew that kid had such a weapon of mass destruction, but he still rushed out recklessly. That's good as well. At the very least, the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of the Time War talisman in Little Mo's hand have finally been exhausted. Just now, this old man once again carried out a deduction. Now, I can already confirm that that great killing weapon will absolutely not be able to be activated again in a short period of time. This child has killed 2 immortal elders before and after. Whether it was the immortal elder of our Senate or the current old sheep, they both died in this battle of time. As for the other treasures in his hands, even the primordial supreme treasure Shenong Cauldron, which is known as the era's artifact, is not finished yet. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Let's make our move immediately. The 3 immortal realm masters appeared at the same time. We must suppress little Mo at the first possible moment. If this old man's guess is not wrong, the Devil Dweller's ancestor will definitely not sit idly by and watch this child be killed by us. After all, this kind of peerless monster, even if it's a peerless monster, even in the 3 main planes of the starry sky, it's a rare sight that only appears once in a million years. The Devil Dwellers definitely won't give it up. Suppress. Immediately suppress. Our second universe camp will dispatch an immortal realm old monster. Seconded. Our 10 absolute heavenly palace will accept the second immortal realm old monster. If that's the case, our Federation Senate will not be willing to fall behind. This battle is just the right opportunity to avenge the death of an immortal realm old monster not long ago. Roar! Roar! The decision was finalized. This time, the 10 immortal realm old monsters no longer had any hesitation. The current situation of the battle was right in front of them. The demon dweller royal brother Mo Jinfeng, this monster, could no longer be suppressed by conventional forces. Even if he was given time to toss around like this, the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 expeditionary camps were very likely to be destroyed by him alone. At that time, the immortal realm old ancestor of the demon dwellers would not appear again. Thinking of this, the 10 immortal realm old monsters all felt a sense of urgency and pressure. The development of the situation was 2F** kept up, including the death of an immortal realm old monster just now. All of this unknowingly affected their state of mind. The roar sounded very quickly. This time, it was not only heard by the circle of the 10 immortal realm old monsters, but also by the countless experts in the entire Demon Dweller star field who were in the middle of a shocking battle in the starry sky. All of them heard it clearly. This, hiss. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping silk came. In the distance behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the void was torn apart in 3 directions at the same time. Then, under the gazes of countless experts from the 3 opposing camps, 3 incomparably huge figures appeared, bringing with them a soul-trembling aura. Chapter 40-43. Hiss. Hiss. An incomparably clear sound of silk tearing was heard, attracting the attention of countless starry sky experts in the entire void battleground. At this moment, the universe void tens of millions of miles away once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the 3 immortal powers that suddenly appeared in the distant void. Originally, it was intense. The intense battle in the void battleground paused because of this. The entire universe void seemed to have been frozen. As soon as these 3 immortal realm old monsters walked out of their dormant parallel space and stepped into the edge of the demon territory of the first universe, they immediately revealed their bloodline true bodies. None of them were humans. The bloodline true bodies they revealed were all 100,000 feet tall, comparable to Yi Xian's alloy war god. Although one of them came from the Tenju celestial palace of the human clan in the third universe, he was also not human. This immortal realm old monster was a frost crown ice crane that had been raised by the palace master of the Tenju celestial palace for many years. Its cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of the early stage of the immortal realm. This frost crown ice crane was light blue in color, and there was even a wisp of dark blue mist above its head. It was said that this mist contained a strand of frost origin energy. This kind of creature was originally born in the extremely rare extreme cold profound cave in the starry sky. At this moment, as soon as the frost crown ice crane's 100,000 feet bloodline true body appeared, a dark light rushed out from behind its head and turned into a blue mist that covered the top of its head and protected its spiritual altar. This blue mist was the life item of this frost crown ice crane, called frost light. It was condensed from the essence of ice and snow that had existed for hundreds of millions of years in an ancient mystic ice cave in the universe. It could be transformed into hundreds of billions of pieces and had countless magical uses. It also had endless ice power. It was said that once it was fully unleashed, even the universe void could be frozen. The second figure was a creature that looked like a white elephant, but it did not have a long trunk. Its face was sharp and slender, like a fox spirit, and it had a huge bloody hairy tail behind it. This immortal realm old monster came from the Senate of the Thousand Luo Federation. He was a mid-stage immortal realm grand elder of the Federation, and his cultivation was the strongest among the three immortal realm old monsters. This bloodline was very rare. It was called the elephant fox marten, and it belonged to a species from ancient times. It was said that this race of creatures appeared like white elephants with wings. It was said that they had the power to eat all the people and had the ability to descend. At this moment, as soon as this elephant fox marten appeared, a blue and white light appeared above its head. It was a rare treasure derived from its bloodline power, and it had endless magical uses. It was said that once a living being with a weaker cultivation base was enveloped by its light, they would instantly lose their soul essence and perish. Even the powerful existences in the immortal realm would lose their minds if they were trapped in the light of the magical treasures. The last immortal realm old monster came from the camp of various clans in the second universe. He was from the Blood Dragon clan, which was the most powerful clan among the top 10 clans in the second universe. This was a three-clawed flood dragon. Its bloodline true body was activated, and it also showed a huge body that was 100,000 feet long. Its life form had not only evolved to the point where it grew 4 limbs, but it was suspected that it had entered the stage of transforming into a dragon. At the end of these 4 limbs, there were 3 claws, which gave it a part of the dragon's power. Above its head was a golden light, which was the life treasure of this 3-clawed flood dragon, which was called the Golden Flood Dragon. This Golden Flood Dragon's grade was extraordinary. It was a desolate antiquity supreme treasure, and the 3-clawed flood dragon had obtained it by chance. Since then, it had been treasured like a treasure. Even in a war, it rarely used it. It was said that it was collected from the remains of 2 flood dragons that were about to transform into real dragons in ancient times. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed by the essence of the sun and the moon. Once it was used, 2 golden flood dragons could appear in the void. They moved back and forth in the air, protected by auspicious clouds. Even ordinary immortal realm old monsters of the same realm would be cut in half if they were caught off guard. They would die instantly. At this moment, as soon as these 3 immortal realm old monsters arrived, they roared at the same time and directly teleported, appearing in the void thousands of miles in front of Yi Xian. They formed a triangle shape and surrounded the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet long. Roar! Screech! Screech! Little Imo, I'm here. Today, you will definitely die. Hurry up and suppress him. Amidst the angry roar, the ice spirit cold light above the cold crown ice crane's head suddenly shone brightly, turning into a blue fog that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void. It rapidly shot toward the alloy war god. Along the way, clear cracking sounds could be heard. The rumors in the outside world were true. The ice spirit cold light bloodline ability of this cold crown ice crane was suspected to have been refined from a wisp of ice origin. At this moment, Its power was unleashed, and the void of the universe along the way was frozen. The golden light above the head of the three-clawed flood dragon from the blood flood dragon clan of the second universe also shot over. It was the fastest and in the leading position. Although the golden light was not huge, only about 1,000 feet long, there was a shadow of energy following behind it. It was clearly two golden flood dragons that were 10,000 miles long. At the same time, the elephant fox marten that looked like both an elephant, a fox, and a marten activated the bloodline in its body at the first moment. The blue and white light that was originally suspended above its head instantly bloomed with a brilliant light, turning into a giant light that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void and shot toward the alloy war god. Although they were still far away, the countless starry sky powerhouses of the three camps in the vast void suddenly felt their hearts tremble at this moment. Just looking at this strange white light directly, they almost lost their minds, causing their faces to change drastically. They no longer hesitated and even looked at the original starry sky powerhouses of the three camps in front of them. Without hesitation, they did not even care about the upcoming battle. No matter which camp they were from, they all retreated bravely. What a joke! This was the simultaneous attack of three immortal realm old monsters. If they stayed in the nearby void of the universe, they would definitely be implicated. And now, the high-end strength of the immortal realm had already taken action. The final result of this battle would definitely be decided as a result. As the conventional strength of the three camps, the following battle basically had nothing to do with them. It would be best if they retreated to an extremely far distance and watched the battle from afar. If they felt that something was wrong, at most, they could just act out a play and cooperate with sporadic exchanges of fire. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just 3 short breaths. And at this moment, after the countless starry sky experts and various warships of the 3 opposing camps in the surrounding void retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet tall, unexpectedly let out a cold snort. His figure stood in the void, towering and motionless. He had no intention of escaping or dodging at all. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a boundless purple-gold sea of lightning instantly scattered out. At the top of the sky, an imperial seal that exuded endless emperor's might was spinning. Chapter 40-44. The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox mink, and the 3-clawed flood dragon all transformed into their bloodline true forms and charged towards Yixian. The cold top ice crane's ice soul cold light transformed into a blue mist that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of li. The bluish-white light above the elephant fox mink's head also blossomed and transformed into a giant radiance that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of li. The golden light above the 3-clawed flood dragon's head also shot over. It was the fastest, leading the way. Although the golden light wasn't huge, only about 300 meters long, it was followed by a mass of energy phantoms. Those were clearly 2 10,000-mile-long golden flood dragons. These 3 attacks were all formed from the bloodline talents of the immortal old monsters, but Yixian ignored them completely. The invincible war god's majestic figure stood in the void without any intention of escaping or dodging. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a boundless purple-gold sea of lightning appeared and an imperial seal that exuded boundless emperor's might spun around. Screech! Immediately after, a loud whistle that pierced through the clouds rang out as a purple-gold figure rushed out from the emperor's might seal. It was a tiny sparrow that was only a foot long. It was extremely adorable, but its entire body was emitting boundless lightning. The purple-gold electric arc stretched and retracted endlessly. At this moment, the lightning spirit appeared. Among the 3 immortal old monsters, the elephant fox mink from the Myriad Luo Federation's Senior Elder Hall, the elephant fox mink from the Myriad Luo Federation's Senior Elder Hall was the strongest. He had already reached the middle stage of the immortal realm, while the other 2 were both at the early stage of the immortal realm. The iridescent flame lightning sparrow that was suppressed by Yixian a few days ago and refined into the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal was originally at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. It was only a step away from reaching the late stage of the immortal realm. Although Yi Xian had only extracted a trace of the lightning essence from the iridescent flame lightning sparrow's body and refined it into the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal, with the support of the Rai Di seal, the thunder spiritual sparrow's cultivation was still at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. This was also because Yi Xian's cultivation was too weak to fully activate the power of the Rai Di seal. Otherwise, this thunder spiritual sparrow would have been even stronger, but now, it was enough to deal with the 3 immortal old monsters. After all, the Di seal's power was the seal. This was also the reason why Yi Xian's figure didn't move at all. He didn't put the 3 immortal realm old monsters in his eyes at all. In fact, when he saw the arrival of the 3 immortal old monsters, he was even pleasantly surprised. Previously, when the other party was unprepared, he had already killed an immortal old monster with the last 3 waves of the Time War. Now, if these 3 immortal old monsters were all trapped with the Emperor's seal Thunder Sea, the other immortal old monsters who were still hibernating in the parallel space would definitely not be able to sit still. Once they rushed out of the parallel space where they were hibernating and entered the demon domain of the first universe, everything would be settled, and Yi Xian's mission would be considered complete. Whoosh, rumble. Kacha. At this moment, as the Emperor's seal Thunder Sparrow rushed out, this corner of the universe void instantly exploded with thunder and lightning. From the cyan gold Rai Di seal that was spinning non-stop in the sky above, a river of thunder suddenly burst out. Without any suspense, it directly enveloped the blue mist formed by the Ice Soul Cold Light bloodline ability that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of miles, as well as the green and white light that shot out from the head of the elephant fox ferret, and the life treasure of the 3-clawed flood dragon, the golden flood dragon. The 3 bloodline divine abilities and natal ultimate treasures were instantly drowned by the sea of lightning without even a flutter. Pooh! Poo-pew! The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox ferret, and the 3-clawed flood dragon were all caught off guard. They were all implicated. Because of the backlash, they all spat out arrows of blood. Dark blue, green-white, and light gold blood splattered all over the sky. Even their figures paused in the void. A complicated expression of grief, indignation, and shock appeared on their faces. They wanted to retreat as soon as they thought about it. However, it was already too late. Screech! A violent roar soared into the sky, resounding through tens of millions of miles of the void. The speed of the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit was extremely fast. Although its body was only a foot long, extremely inconspicuous, with a flap of its wings, it had already circled around the 3 slightly injured immortal old monsters in a short breath. Wherever its body passed, the sea of thunder instantly spread. By the time the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal finished circling, the 3 immortal realm old monsters were completely trapped. There was only a 10,000-mile-wide space around them, and they were surrounded by a vast sea of lightning. The purple-gold thunderbolts and lightning kept roaring. They didn't dare to take a single step forward. In the narrow void of the central Thunder Sea domain, Yi Zichen was stunned. All of this happened too quickly. By the time the countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 opposing sides realized what had happened, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit had already let out another roar and rushed into the vast sea of thunder that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles and disappeared. No one would think that the lightning spirit had entered for fun. Even though its figure was small and seemed to be completely harmless, with a single flap of its wings earlier, it had caused such a large sea of lightning to firmly trap the 3 undying beings. Its methods were decisive and ruthless to the fullest. There was no doubt that the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit had rushed into the Sea of Thunder and disappeared in an instant. Its only purpose was to lie dormant and wait for an opportunity to attack. It could attack at any time. The 3 immortal old monsters were all weaker than it. In a one-on-one battle, none of them could resist. Their strength was already in danger at this time. But this was not all. Because in addition to the Emperor's seal Thunder Sparrow, the Alloy War God, who was 100,000 feet tall, also rushed into the Sea of Thunder after sneering. With the protection of the Rai Di seal's domain, the Alloy War God entered the Sea of Thunder, just like when he entered the Sea of Flames formed by the Shenong's 6-colored flame. It was like entering an uninhabited land and was completely unaffected. When his figure rushed in, his left hand was still holding the Shenong cauldron that had shrunk to 100,000 feet in size, and his right hand was dragging the Shenong pestle that had transformed into a fierce club. As his figure disappeared and rushed into the sea of thunder, the countless powerhouses of the three opposing sides in the distant void all trembled subconsciously. This lord was not a good person. At this moment, he was dragging the big-headed black club and rushing into the sea of thunder. Clearly, he wanted to use the cover of the Sea of Thunder to raise the big-headed black club in his hand at any time and beat the three immortal old monsters. This was too freakish. Previously, he had only bullied the half-ancestor old monsters. In the blink of an eye, he had begun to bully the real immortal old monsters. And three at once. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Chapter 40-45. What was happening in front of them was too shocking. Countless experts from the three opposing camps were shocked. In a short time, three real immortal old monsters were trapped and faced the danger of being suppressed. In the distant rear void, the last 7 immortal old monsters finally could not sit still. For the first time, they lost their composure and roared endlessly, "Hurry up and kill this bastard! Thunder Source Supreme Treasure! It's actually a Thunder Source Supreme Treasure! How many more secrets does this kid have? How many top-level Supreme Treasures does he have? This is too much. I've never heard of such a lucky person. Did all the top-level Supreme Treasures in the world fall into his hands? And that Sparrow Thunder Spirit is actually at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Its aura is clearly familiar. No, I've clearly caught a wisp of this aura before. This Thunder Spirit Sparrow is actually an immortal old monster who died here a few days ago. Its origin was extracted and refined into a thunder spirit. Oh my God, it turns out that this is not the doing of the great ancestor of the demon race, but this young man who is one of the 5 great evildoers. He actually suppressed a thunder sparrow. There's nothing to say. Let's attack together. We must rescue the 3 of them. There's no need to wait any longer. The biggest threat to the demon race is not the so-called great ancestor. No wonder he hasn't dared to show up. The real biggest threat has always been this young evildoer. Kill him. The demon race must die. Rumble, hiss, hiss. With these exclamations, the last 7 immortal old monsters of the 2 expeditionary camps finally understood. Without hesitation, they tore the void and stepped out of the parallel space where their true bodies were hibernating. They wanted to descend to the demon race of the first universe. Although they had previously regarded Mo Jiufeng as the target of this expedition, it was a secondary target because they did not regard him as a real existence of the same level. They thought that even if he had the ability to suppress and kill the immortal old monsters, he must have relied on the Starry Sky battle to do so. But now it would seem like their main target wasn't the great ancestor of the demon race at all, and it was this young devil that was constantly jumping about before them who was the greatest threat. He possessed too many top-rate precious treasures, and his natural talent was even horrifying. Moreover, his comprehension ability and creativity in various aspects caused others to feel despair. Now, he was merely a region lord now, and he was far from fully maturing, yet a few Eternal Realm experts had already perished at his hands. Moreover, only Fan Huang was able to flee from the half-rotten ancestor. If he was given enough time to fully mature, the 3 universal planes would become his territory. This was the supreme majesty of aiming to be the sole overlord of the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Presently, the important matter at hand. 7 immortal old monsters had descended. At this moment, the entire expanse of space was suffused with an extremely murderous and shapeless pressure. Even if they were a few tens of millions of kilometers away, the countless experts of the 3 opposing sides couldn't help but tremble. In the past, most of them hadn't even seen a single hair of an immortal old monster, but everything that had occurred today was too shocking. Earlier, merely the simultaneous descent of 3 immortal old monsters had caused the countless experts and various battleships of the 3 sides to retreat swiftly like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Now, another 7 immortal old monsters had arrived at the same time. Although they were still far away, at least 30 to 40 million miles away, The pressure formed by the combined aura of the 7 immortal old monsters was too horrible. Their figures trembled as all of them stopped fighting, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. In a short period of time, a total of 11 immortal old monsters had appeared in the battlefield and its surroundings. One had perished, but 10 were still alive. And the 7 immortal old monsters who had just arrived were clearly about to attack immediately. This was a battle between 10 immortal realm old monsters. It was hard to say whether or not the first universe could hold on and not collapse. They could only escape as far as they could, at least tens of millions of miles away, to ensure that they would not be caught in the crossfire. When the immortals fought, the immortals suffered the most tragic thing. No one wanted to experience it personally. In an instant, all the experts of the 3 camps, including millions of indigenous fierce beasts such as the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, all retreated into the distance. From time to time, they would attack and kill some experts of various races who had shown their bloodline true bodies. These guys were really a group of qualified eaters. They didn't forget to store food even when they were escaping. Has this moment finally come? We have all arrived, and the real war is about to begin, but it also means that the complete end of this starry sky war is imminent. Make a move, save the 3 of them, deal with this devil cultivator Jr. Don't leave him alive, just kill him on the spot. This kind of monster, heaven and earth cannot tolerate, today must not let him live. It's just a pity, this kind of monstrous genius, even in the 3 main star planes, is rarely seen in a million years. In the end, he was born in the wrong place, actually a devil cultivator, destined to not be able to grow up. Rumble. In just a short breath, the 7 immortal old monsters had all descended, as if they were certain that Xianxia would be completely killed soon. From the tone of their words, they were not as anxious as before, showing a sense of leisure, as if they were making a judgment. In the next moment, the 7 immortal old monsters activated the bloodline in their bodies at the same time. Except for the 4 immortal old monsters from the 2 camps of the human clan, the other 3 all showed their respective bloodline true bodies, all of which were 100,000 feet in size. Of course, for an immortal old monster, if there was a secret method to stimulate their blood and chi, 100,000 feet was obviously not the limit, but that was completely unnecessary. As an immortal old monster, unless they were on the road of body refining, it was rare for them to rely on their blood and chi to fight. The real horror of an immortal old monster was that they mastered the power of the laws of the immortal old monster. The 7 immortal old monsters' voices fell, and they had already used their own magical means. In the blink of an eye, the universe void 2 to 3,000 miles away was completely dazzling, and all kinds of magical energy bloomed and intertwined. This scene was dazzling, but it also made one's soul tremble. Such a terrifying power, as if the heavens had appeared. It was afraid that there would be no problem at all if this piece of void was completely shattered. It was also at this moment that a pressure that resembled the might of the heavens suddenly descended without any warning. Gotcha! Finally, are they all out? Chapter 40-46. This crimson bolt of light with a diameter of 10,000 feet was too shocking. Even the divine abilities of immortal realm old monsters could not achieve such power. Yi Xian's Emperor's Seal Thunder Sea and Shinong Flames Sea could not do this either, because as soon as it appeared, it had already burst into endless crimson light, shooting hundreds of millions of miles away, illuminating the entire demon domain. The demon domain covered hundreds of millions of miles, but at this moment, it was completely illuminated by this crimson bolt of light. There was no blind spot in the entire domain, all of it reflecting a faint crimson light. It was also because of this strange crimson light that the demon domain was completely sealed off. Even the divine abilities of immortal realm old monsters could no longer tear through the void and quietly escape. Only by crossing the void with one's physical body could one rush out of this area sealed by the crimson bolt of light. Finally, have they all come out? Accompanied by the appearance of this crimson bolt of light, an indifferent voice with endless coldness sounded out. From the direction where this crimson bolt of light first appeared, a thin, long-haired old man wearing a crimson robe slowly stepped out, stepping on the void. Looking at his feet, it was clear that he was taking a stroll, But with each step, his figure was at least 10 million miles away. In 2 or 3 breaths, he had already arrived at the edge of this void battlefield from the depths of the demon domain hundreds of millions of miles away. Hands behind his back, he stood still in the void. This person was the second-generation ancestor of the demon domain. At this moment, with his unexpected arrival, the countless starry sky masters of the 3 opposing camps, who had retreated to the extreme distance, had already fallen into a dead silence. Their eyes were either burning or filled with shock, but they all gathered together, not daring to look directly at him, nor could they look directly at him. In their eyes, this existence in a crimson robe was clearly surrounded by endless strange images. Some were ancient battlefields in the starry sky, while others were ferocious beasts being killed one after another, with golden blood spraying across the sky. Their auras were all very powerful. At the very least, he was a half-rotten ancestor. These images were divine images. They were the celestial battlefields that this second-generation descendant of the demon had experienced in the ancient times. They were the powerful, ferocious beasts that he had personally killed in the ancient blood battles. At this moment, they were being projected in the form of divine images, and they were rapidly increasing his strength. The aura in his body, in the blink of an eye, had stepped into the realm of Marquis from the peak of ordinary immortal realm. As soon as this crimson bolt of light burst out, the 7 immortal realm old monsters who had just arrived in another direction suddenly stopped, and the divine ability they had just used was all interrupted. At this moment, a look of horror appeared on their faces. One of the Undying's body was trembling. Even an Undying was shocked to the point of stuttering, haven't you been waiting for this old man to appear? I'm here." With his hands behind his back, the blood-colored figure stood proudly in the distance and said indifferently, the second-generation descendant of the demon race. "I am Lord Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations and screams rang out in the void tens of millions of miles away. "Run! God d****, who's in charge of the information? He doesn't even know that the demons have an official level Undying, and he's only a second-generation descendant. Fengho, he's actually an official, even 10 normal Undyings wouldn't be enough to kill him. No, the void has been sealed. Marquis Feng's law divine ability is not something we can forcefully break through. We can only use our physical bodies to cross the void and rush out of this sealed starfield first. Let's split up. That's the only way we'll have a chance of survival. As for who lives and who dies, it all depends on fate. Everyone take care of yourselves. I will take my leave first. Boom! Swish, swish, swish. Amid the screams, the 7 Undyings didn't say anything else. They turned around and fled in different directions. This scene fell into the eyes of countless great beings of the 3 opposing camps who had retreated extremely far away. In the demon race camp, the first demon emperor suddenly roared and waved his hand in the direction of the 2 conquering camps. "Boys, the ancestor is here. Our race will definitely win. Kill him." Boom! Rumble, howl. In the demon camp, all the demon experts on the battleships cheered thunderously. The roar of the battleship's cannons once again rang out in the void, and a dense rain of energy beams shot towards the 2 opposing camps. Millions of ferocious beasts also cheered and rushed to the battlefield, beginning the final harvest. Every ferocious beast's eyes shone with green light. In their eyes, there was only delicious food in the future. In an instant, the void was chaotic again, but the situation was one-sided. The 2 opposing forces, which were originally full of momentum, turned around and fled. Whether it was the Undyings at the high-end battle strength level or the tens of millions of battleships at the conventional battle strength level, all turned around and fled. Although this battle wasn't over yet, the final result was decided in advance at this moment. The demon race had won a great victory. What they were doing now was just to follow up the victory and expand the victory. Facing this scene, the 3 Undyings who were trapped by Yixian's millions of miles of Thunder Sea were the most sorrowful and indignant ones. They were the cold-top ice crane, the elephant fox ferret, and the 3-clawed flood dragon. At this moment, the army of 50 million battleships was fleeing in all directions. especially the 7 immortal old monsters who had just arrived and had not had time to attack. They turned around and fled in different directions without saying a word. The 3 immortal old monsters were so sad that they were about to cry. This was really a bad start and a bad friend. If the 7 Undyings had joined forces and risked their lives to attack, they might have had a chance to save the 3 of them from the millions of miles of Thunder Sea. At that time, wouldn't it be better for everyone to escape together? Why did they have to leave the 3 of us here to be trapped by the Sea of Thunder? It was clearly the rhythm of death. It was 2F** King Disloyal. It was simply a scam. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? This old man has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Seeing the 7 Undyings as soon as they met him, they immediately turned around and fled in different directions after screaming. The 2nd-generation ancestor of the demon race standing in the void was not anxious at all. His words were still unhurried, and his figure didn't rush out at all. It seemed that he didn't want to chase after them. He intended to chase after them, but his words were equivalent to pronouncing the final fate of the 7 immortal realm old monsters. Only at this moment, the 10 Undyings, including the 3-clawed flood dragon, suddenly understood. Before this, they had been lurking in unknown parallel spaces, thinking that they were waiting for the appearance of the ancestor of the demon race. Chapter 4047. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the development of this planar-level battle could be described as a myriad of changes in an instant. The ups and downs from before had caused countless experts in the starry sky to feel as if their hearts were about to be unable to take it, but it was far from being able to compare to the scene before their eyes. Of the 11 immortal realm old monsters from the 2 attacking camps in the 2nd and 3rd universe, apart from the one who died at the hands of Mo Jeffing, the remaining 10 arrived in 2 groups in just a few minutes. After all, those were 10 Eternal Realm experts. If it was at any other time, then they would be sufficient to sweep through an entire universe. Yet now, the first 3 had been directly suppressed by the natural lightning quintessence that was merely at the region Lord Realm, Mo Jiofeng, who'd utilized a natural lightning quintessence treasure. Subsequently, the last 7 Eternal Realm experts had just descended, and they hadn't even had the time to launch a single wave of attacks when all of them turned around and fled because of the domineering appearance of the devil race ancestor. Even if the 5 million plus native ferocious beasts were included, they only had a little over 20 million. The devil race army that was merely half the size of the 2 large expeditionary camps had launched a full counterattack at this moment. The disparity in strength was so huge, and the side with fewer warships was chasing the side with more warships. They were shouting and shouting, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. All of this was simply King Bullsh T. It made people want to die. However, all of this was clearly merely the opening ceremony of the complete defeat of the 2 large expeditionary camps. Because no matter if it was the regular forces of the Devil Race army or their high-end forces, the Devil Race ancestor and Mo Yefeng, it was obviously impossible for them to let go of this opportunity to pursue victory so easily. Because it was a chance to expand the spoils of the battle. Don't you think it's too late to flee now? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he saw the 7 Eternal Realm experts had just encountered him, and they immediately turned around and fled in different directions after letting out sharp cries, the 2nd-generation devil ancestor who stood in midair spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2nd-generation devil ancestor released his hands from behind his back, and then he turned around and swept his gaze towards the right. In the distance in this direction, one of the 7 Eternal Realm experts was the fastest. Even though he couldn't tear through space and could only traverse space with his body, he was still able to do so. In just a single breath of time, he had covered a distance of 20 million miles. His speed was almost twice that of the other 6 Immortal Realm old monsters. Obviously, because he was too eye-catching, this Immortal Realm old monster with a unique talent in speed unfortunately became the first target of the Demon People's Foundation ancestor. Rumble! The roar resounded, instantly spreading thousands of miles in the void. The demon ancestor was still standing in this void. The only movement he made was to raise his right hand and press toward the fastest Immortal Realm old monster. There was no change in the void. Only the rumbling of thunder could be heard. In less than half an instant, it had crossed 20 million miles in the void and arrived behind the fleeing immortal realm old monster. Then, it turned into a giant palm that towered into the sky. There was only the gorgeous light of the divine ability, and there were no overly complicated movements. It was just the simplest remote pressure, and it didn't even emit much pressure. It was absolutely calm. However, this giant palm that seemed to represent the might of the heavens was extremely fast. It was far faster than the immortal realm old monster who was fleeing at top speed. When it caught up with him in half an instant, it had already pressed down at the first moment. This immortal realm old monster came from the myriad Luo Federation Senate. He was not a human, not even a creature of flesh and blood. His body was an unknown crystal marrow. It was a miscellaneous mine that lacked mining value. For countless years, no force had paid attention to it. However, in the end, a piece of miscellaneous crystal marrow was born from a miscellaneous mine, and it gave birth to self-consciousness and spiritual wisdom. It became an extremely rare crystal marrow even in the three main planes of the starry sky. Crystal life. Speed was what it was good at. Right now, this immortal realm old monster of the crystal life shrank his body and showed his true body. A colorful, miscellaneous crystal with a radius of only 1 meter. Like a dazzling meteor, it streaked across the void and traveled 20 million miles in the blink of an eye. He even felt a sense of joy in his heart, because he felt that this great calamity had been averted. The 7 immortal level old monsters all turned around at the same time, fleeing in different directions. As a crystal life form, he was the most inconspicuous to begin with. He didn't have any blood energy around him, but he was the fastest. As long as the other 6 immortal old monsters could attract the attention of the terrifying demon dweller great ancestor and draw his attack away, then in just a few breaths of time, with his speed, he could rush out of this demon dweller star field. No matter how powerful the immortal realm old ancestor of the immortal realm was, he was only an marquis immortal. Even an emperor immortal couldn't completely seal off an entire universe. Only an emperor immortal could do that. Therefore, he was sure that it was only the immortal realm that was sealed. As long as he rushed out of the immortal realm, he could tear open the void and step into the void crack at any time. Then he could escape far away, and there would be no trace of him. Unfortunately, this was destined to be an extravagant hope. In the blink of an eye, the second immortal realm old ancestor's giant hand slapped down. Ka-cha! Ka-cha-cha! A crisp cracking sound came from the void. There wasn't even a rumbling sound of energy explosion. This immortal realm early-stage crystal life form, which was originally shooting out at an extremely fast speed, suddenly stopped in the void. His body, which was only a meter tall, instantly cracked inch by inch, and finally bloomed into a rain of light. A dazzling rain of light scattered in the void. An immortal realm old monster had fallen just like that. This scene was too shocking. Even though they were all immortal realm, the gap between an immortal realm old ancestor and an immortal realm old ancestor was so huge. The immortal realm old ancestor was 20 million miles away from the void, but the immortal realm old ancestor just raised his hand and pressed down, and the immortal realm old ancestor was completely annihilated without any chance to struggle. In the void, the originally fierce starry sky land, the earth-shattering roar that resounded through the skies slowed down again. Countless immortal realm masters from the 3 opposing camps were all shocked by this shocking scene. For a moment, they forgot what they were doing. Originally, immortal realm old monsters were invincible beings like gods in their hearts, but now it seemed that even immortals could be reduced to ants. Chapter 40-48. The 7 undying old monsters all fled in different directions. That undying old monster was not a flesh and blood life form, but a rare crystal life form. He was originally the fastest, but when he revealed his true form, a meter-wide crystal, he transformed into a dazzling meteor and shot out. In just a breath's time, he had already reached 20 million li. His speed was almost twice that of the other 6 undying old monsters. This was simply too shocking. Such speed made the other 6 undying old monsters envious, because at this time, facing an official level undying, speed represented a chance of survival. However, no one expected that this crystal life form that was the fastest, the one that fled the furthest, the one that crossed 20 million li of space in a single breath of time, would actually be the first to be suppressed. The demon race ancestor didn't even move his body. He just raised his right hand and slapped the space 10 million li away. When he pressed down, his dazzling body had already transformed into a shower of crystal light, scattering in the space. Just like that, he was annihilated. This scene made countless starry sky powerhouses of the three opposing camps who were fighting in the distance absent-mindedly. The other 6 immortal realm old monsters who were fleeing while paying attention to what was happening behind them were all horrified. Almost at the same time, they cried out involuntarily, "What? Crystal old monster actually died? How is this possible?" In a breath's time, he still couldn't escape 20 million li. Just by pressing the space, he killed a normal undying. This is definitely not an early official level. He is at least an intermediate official level, maybe even close to the late stage. This is only the second generation of the demon race ancestor? Then how strong is the first generation of the race ancestor? What a blunder! We came to the demon race star field in the first universe, we are simply looking for death. All of this isn't important. What's important is that he actually chose the fastest one first. This clearly shows that he's determined in his heart and doesn't intend to let anyone go. Could it be that we're going to be completely annihilated today? Halt. I am not willing, there must be a chance of survival. Fellow, no, elder, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us go, I will never step into the demon race star field again. In the blink of an eye, a comrade with the same cultivation as him was killed, and the other party just casually raised his hand and patted from 20 million miles away. All this frightened the other 6 immortal realm old monsters. They did not slow down at all. Instead, they moved even faster. However, the exclamations from their mouths were full of despair and unwillingness. Among them, there was even an immortal realm old monster who did not care about the face of an immortal realm old monster when he was scared out of his wits. His face and dignity began to beg for mercy. Usually, these immortal old monsters were all high and mighty. Even the younger generation of their respective clans might not have the opportunity to see the legendary immortal old ancestors of their clans until they reached a certain level, or if they did not show enough amazing talent. High and mighty, like a deity. However, in the face of this great calamity of life and death, the legends of these 6 immortal old monsters were mercilessly shattered, revealing the true faces of ordinary starry sky experts, and even more unbearable. This was easy to understand, because compared to ordinary starry sky experts, every immortal realm expert had to work extremely hard to reach their current heights. It was precisely because of this that they cherished their feathers and their lives more. Usually, when the crisis did not appear, they would naturally be majestic, but in the face of this great calamity of life and death, tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation could be destroyed in an instant. These so-called immortal old monsters, if their minds were firm, it would be fine, but if they were a little impetuous, they would show a face that was not even an ordinary starry sky expert could compare to. The higher one stood, the more afraid one would be of falling. This was the reason because once one fell, the fall would be even more miserable. Although the 6 immortal old monsters each cried out in alarm, and even begged for mercy without caring about their faces, their speed did not slow down at all. Instead, they sped up. Begging for mercy was just a struggle, but in the end, they still had to rely on themselves for this slim chance of survival. The second generation ancestor of the demon race started with the fastest crystal life form, which could be regarded as a kind of attitude. Today, it should be that all the immortal old monsters should be left behind, not one of them could be left behind. With horror and fear, the remaining 6 immortal old monsters could be said to have used all their means. They had even used all their strength to drink milk. The only thought in their minds was to escape. As long as they could escape from the demon race star field, then the slim chance of survival that they longed for would come. Pooh! In the distant void in the northwest corner, a dull loud sound suddenly came, and then, behind a stream of light shooting at an extremely fast speed in the void, a cloud of dark yellow smoke suddenly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, It had covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this void, there were some starry sky battleships of the three camps exchanging fire with each other, and tens of thousands of indigenous fierce beasts were hunting in the void for future food. But now, they were all completely enveloped by this strange dark yellow fog. They could no longer see because the speed of this strange dark yellow fog was too fast. There was simply no time for them to react, and they were all caught off guard. Almost in the next moment, this corner of the void fell into a complete silence. Originally, a small number of starry sky battleships of the three camps were exchanging fire, but almost at the same time, the tens of thousands of indigenous fierce beasts, who were originally very excited and roaring, were completely silent. The feeling it gave off was too strange. It was as if all living beings within 1,000,000 miles of this space shrouded in dark yellow fog had completely died. In fact, this strange dark yellow smoke covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles was like a living thing. With the second dull sound, the dark yellow smoke that originally only covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles suddenly soared, spreading to a radius of 5,000,000 miles in an instant, and seemed to have some kind of spiritual life. In this direction, it was moving towards the edge of the demon race star field. After half a breath, the void of 1,000,000 miles where the dark yellow smoke first covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles lit up, and the strange yellow smoke moved forward, revealing the scene in this area. Tens of thousands of battleships of various types stood there quietly, without any movement, like ghost ships, as if there was no one alive inside. In addition, there were tens of thousands of corpses of indigenous fierce beasts in the void, as well as the huge bloodline true bodies of some starry sky powerhouses of the enemy camp. They were all intact, but they had long lost their auras. Chapter 40-49. This immortal old monster, who had killed tens of thousands of indigenous beasts and all the starry sky experts in tens of thousands of battleships with a single fart, was indeed a yellow sky stinky weasel. He was an immortal protector from the human clan's science and technology camp in the third universe. His cultivation level was only at the early stage of the immortal realm. The name of the yellow sky stinky weasel was because of the bloodline talent of this group of people. Once they encountered an enemy, the yellow sky stinky weasel could emit a stench. Moreover, the amount was shocking, and it could turn an area of the starry sky into a yellow sky full of stench. At this moment, the reason why this immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel used such a bloodline ability was obviously to hide its body and hide in this extremely stinky yellow smoke, using this opportunity to escape. The immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel emitted a stinky yellow smoke that could cover an area of 20,000,000 miles, and its body was hidden in it. Generally speaking, if there was no irreconcilable enmity, even if the cultivation strength of the immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel did have a crushing force, facing such a situation, it would generally not do anything. He would not continue to chase after them. After all, a radius of 20,000,000 kilometers was already a very vast area. Furthermore, this was a type of bloodline ability. This area that was enveloped by the stench of yellow smoke would move along with the yellow sky poisonous weasel's rapid movements. Moreover, this stinky yellow smoke also had the effect of isolating divine sense detection. It could be said that it was impossible to know where his body was hiding in this area. In addition, he was able to force an immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel to use this bloodline ability that would cause quite a bit of damage to himself. His cultivation strength was definitely not too weak. Generally speaking, he was confident in his identity. It was impossible for him to be willing to take the risk of being suffocated by the stench and rush into the yellow smoke with his true body to carry out a detailed search. It was precisely because he had considered all of this that this immortal realm yellow smoke poisonous weasel, after the immortal realm crystal lifeform was killed by the Devil Cultivator Foundation ancestor with a single palm strike, did not care about the loss and price, and immediately used this kind of bloodline ability. That made people speechless. In his opinion, for an immortal realm old monster to use such a strange method in public, it was definitely a great loss of face. Moreover, this was merely for the sake of survival. If nothing unexpected happened, then this venerable marquis realm ancestor wouldn't target him with all his might. So, it was no surprise that he was able to survive with this little life of his today. It's just a third-rate method. Such a race actually managed to produce an undying being. How strange. In the face of all this, the second-generation ancestor of the demon race was still unmoved. His figure stood in the void like a towering mountain. His gaze shifted from the dazzling rain of light formed by the collapse of the crystal life form, but a strange expression appeared on his face. Shaking his head, he sighed, "What a pity! Even though such a method of escaping is already at its limit, it's still useless against Lord Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, the second-generation ancestor of the devil cultivator attacked again. This time, it was the same as before. His figure was towering and motionless. He only raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards the void in front of him that was enveloped by the poisonous yellow smoke. Rumble. With a monstrous rumble, a towering giant claw whistled through the air and rushed into the yellow smoke, disappearing in an instant. Almost in the next moment, a series of chirping sounds suddenly came from the yellow smoke. The sound was not very loud, but it clearly reached the ears of all the starry sky experts of the three camps in the void of the battlefield. Obviously, these chirping sounds should have come from the mouth of an immortal realm old monster. Otherwise, it would not have such an effect. In the distant void, the yellow smoke was still there, but the towering giant claw that had rushed into the poisonous yellow smoke had already shot out from the other side of the yellow smoke in a short moment. The 5 fingers that were originally spread out were now closed, and in the palm of the giant claw, there was clearly a dark yellow beast with a third of its body. A golden-haired, long-tailed beast. It was only about 300 meters tall. It had a pointed head and sharp cheeks. It had triangular eyes, and its eyes were filled with intense fear. Moreover, it was filled with endless resentment. This was clearly a yellow sky poison rat wolf. However, when a normal yellow sky poison rat wolf revealed its true form, it was impossible for it to have such a huge body. This one had a huge cultivation aura. It was an extremely rare immortal rank yellow sky poison rat wolf. No, friend, please do not be impulsive. I can change sides and join the devil cultivator camp. Seeing that he had already used the poisonous gas talent ability that made him lose face, but the final result was still the same. He was easily captured alive by the devil cultivator Marky. At this moment, his entire body was held by the towering energy claw, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. This immortal realm protector from the human race science and technology camp begged for mercy on the spot. He was called a protector in the ancestral land of the Undying Dynasty, but in reality he was just a backdoor guard. After all, he was not a human, but a powerful immortal realm protector who was captured by the Elder Pavilion. When he was captured, he was soft-hearted and spared his life. Until now, he had reached the Undying Realm. It could be said that although this yellow sky venomous weasel had ascended to the immortal divine altar and even received a large amount of resources from the human race's everlasting dynasty to cultivate, it did not have much of a sense of belonging. This was the nature of this race. Now that he was captured, he naturally did not want to lose his life. He did not care about anything else and actually said that he could change sides in order to save his life. In another direction, in the distant space, another Undying Dynasty Elder Pavilion great being from the Undying Dynasty was livid. However, he did not stop moving and snorted coldly. "No need. Your race is naturally rebellious and unreliable. We devils cannot be trusted." In the face of the surrender of an immortal old monster, the eyes of the second-generation ancestor of the demon race did not even flicker. He shook his head firmly and then suddenly clenched his right hand that was raised in the distance. Bang! Almost in the next instant, in the void where the towering energy claw was located, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, followed by a cloud of yellow smoke that was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse. The flesh and blood of this sempiternal realm yellow sky poison weasel was actually a dark yellow color. At this moment, its body was directly crushed by the gigantic energy claw. Not a single trace of color could be seen in the air. From this, one could see how poisonous the yellow sky poison weasel was. For life forms like this, the stench of the yellow sky poison weasel had already seeped deep into their bones. The second-generation ancestor of the clan refused to surrender without hesitation. At the very least, in just a few breaths of time, this was already the second immortal realm old monster that had fallen to the hands of the devil cultivator's ancestor. There were still 5 of them fleeing. Chapter 40-50. The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox mink, and the 3-clawed flood dragon were all on the verge of collapsing from the pressure. Who would have expected the demon race's hidden ancestor to be an official level undying? If they had known this earlier, they would never have set foot in the demonic cultivator star area, even if they were beaten to death. They would not have even come to the first universe plane so easily. An official level undying was enough to easily suppress 10 normal undyings. Even though they were both undyings, they weren't on the same level. A normal undying had a lifespan of 100,000 years. An official level undying had a lifespan of 500,000 years. Just from this, one could see how big the difference was. This time, the big races and top powers of the two big planes only sent a total of 11 immortal old monsters, and they were all ordinary immortal old monsters. Originally, they thought that this kind of power was enough to easily crush the entire demon race, but the reality in front of them was just the opposite. The side that was originally the prey instantly turned around and became the hunters. And they, who were originally the high-end combat power of the hunters, were now trapped in a predicament. They didn't even have the chance to make a final struggle and escape. They didn't even have the slightest chance to survive. How could they endure this? It could be said that from the moment the undying official of the demon race arrived, the other 7 undying monsters immediately turned around and fled in different directions. The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox mink, and the 3-clawed serpent were all trapped in the lightning ocean for 1,000,000 li, and the 3 undying monsters had all fled. They were in complete despair. At this time, he saw with his own eyes that of the 7 undying old monsters, in less than 10 breaths, 2 of them had already fallen to the demon marquee level undyings. The first to fall was one of the 11 undying old monsters, the one with the extreme speed talent Crystal Sheng. Life. The 3 old men were so shocked they forgot to close their mouths, their eyes filled with defeat. Mid-official level? He was actually mid-official level. Even if it was only an early marquee level existence, it was enough to easily suppress 30 to 40 ordinary undying old monsters, and this demon's foundation ancestor was actually a middle marquee level. Under such circumstances, 60 normal undyings couldn't even struggle. Even if they all charged and self-destructed, they would only be able to lightly injure him. As for escaping, forget it, don't think too much. It's getting late, it's time to wash up and sleep. A deep sense of despair welled up in his heart. At this moment, as the strength of this demon's foundation ancestor was confirmed to be at mid-marquee level, the cold top ice crane, elephant fox mink, and 3-clawed serpent dragon trapped in a sea of lightning had completely lost all hope. They didn't even have the will to struggle. Because no matter how they struggled, the result would be the same. There was no suspense. At this moment, the 3 people who were hiding in a corner amidst the millions of miles of sea of lightning even had the thought of directly exploding themselves to end everything. At the very least, they would be able to preserve some dignity. It was better than being killed by the enemy. However, every immortal realm old monster had gone through tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, coupled with all kinds of opportunities that were like good fortune, to reach the height of today. If they were killed by the enemy, there was no other way, but if they were asked to self-destruct and end their own lives, how resolute and decisive would that require? Courage? It could be said that in the face of such a situation, almost no immortal realm old monster would not hesitate at all. There would always be some hesitation and uncertainty. Even the cold top ice crane, elephant fox mink, and 3-clawed serpent were the same. Peng! Just as the 3 undyings were hesitating, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out, followed by a miserable howl from the cold top ice crane. At this moment, the frost crown ice crane was the furthest back among the 3 imperishable old monsters. A gigantic black club that was 100,000 feet long silently extended from the sea of lightning behind it and knocked the back of its head without saying a word. This hit was too ruthless. The cold top ice crane's bloodline true body had shrunk to a size of 10,000 feet, and it fell into the lightning ocean below. It was already stunned, and its blue eyes were spinning in circles. If the three-clawed serpent hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed it with its claws, it would have fallen into the lightning ocean. It would have definitely been burned to ashes. You want to self-detonate? Don't even think about it. You are all this king's captives. I have to make good use of you. I can't just kill you like this. In the next moment, Yi Xian's cold voice sounded out. Although his cultivation was weak and he was unable to sense the sudden chaos in the energy within the bodies of the three immortal realm old monsters, as if they were about to self-destruct, he was able to do so with the middle stage of the immortal realm thunder spirit. Through the connection between the master and servant, the latter immediately sent this news to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He stretched out his big head black rod and directly gave the ice crane a warning. It could be considered a punishment to 100. Yi Xian indeed didn't plan to kill these three undyings directly. A few days ago, when he faced the 4 undyings from the Myriad Races Federation of the First Universe, it was a completely special situation. Not a single one could escape, so he could only kill them from the start. It was the same for the undyings that he killed with the last 3 waves of the time warp. If he didn't kill that undyings, he wouldn't be able to force out the rest of them. However, if the situation permitted it, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to easily kill an existence at the level of an immortal old monster if he could guarantee a captive. Of course, if there was a deep hatred, or if it was too disgusting and dangerous, such as the yellow smoke poison weasel, then it would be a different matter. That old man had fallen into the hands of the second-generation demon ancestor. Even if he fell into Yi Xian's hands, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. However, the 3 trapped glacial ice crane, elephantine fox mink, and 3-clawed flood dragon were a different matter altogether. Directly killing them wouldn't bring him any benefits. Keeping them alive for now was the only way to maximize his gains. However, just as he made this decision in his heart, the voice of the corpse ancestor, Ho Qing, suddenly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind, causing his body to freeze. His face revealed a stunned expression as he subconsciously turned his head to look at the cold top ice crane in the gap between the millions of kilometers of the Sea of Lightning. He subconsciously muttered to himself, "What? This damn bird actually has such a good thing on it? I've really hit the jackpot this time. I must skin it alive, I can't let it go." Emperor's Seal, immediately activate the lightning field to suppress it. I can't let these 3 families explode. This king will slowly deal with them. Chapter 4051. This could be considered a coincidence. Originally, Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, and Desolate Lady of Lightning had fallen into a deep slumber not long ago. But now, at the most critical moment, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing suddenly woke up, and after sensing everything in the outside world, he was the first to react. After sensing the outside world, he immediately sent a message to Yi Xian. This message was related to the cold top ice crane. During the Desolate Era, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing's cultivation was second only to the Supreme of the Desolate Era. His eyesight was naturally extraordinary. With just a glance, she could see that there was a strand of ice origin within the cold top ice crane's body. As for this strand of ice essence, it was extremely useful to Yi Xian. If he wasn't able to obtain it this time, then he would have to think of a way to obtain it in the future. Moreover, whether or not he would be able to find it was still a different matter. This was because of the other 4 Desolate Era cultivators sleeping within the smoke net. One of them needed a strand of ice origin to reconstruct her true body after waking up. There were a total of 7 Desolate Era cultivators sealed within the smoke net. Currently, 3 of them had already awakened. They were Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, and the Desolate Mother of Lightning. Of the remaining 4, one was called the Jade Bone Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden's true body was born in an innate cold cave that had been accumulating for hundreds of millions of years. She also cultivated the universe's ice laws. Thus, once she woke up, she needed a strand of ice origin to reconstruct her true body. Just like how Corpse Ancestor Hanba and Ho Qing needed a strand of Corpse Tao origin, the Desolate Mother of Lightning needed a strand of lightning origin. It was the same principle. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, this cold top ice crane's brain was strong enough. That staff strike just now didn't knock out its brain and cause it to die. Otherwise, once it died, Yi Xian wouldn't want to waste a single bit of resources and energy. He would definitely have the Imperial Seal Lightning Sparrow or the Rai-D Seal absorb all of the energy in the cold top ice crane's remains, leaving behind the body to roast later. In that case, the precious ice essence in his body might really be wasted just like that. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His cold voice rang out, "Thunder Spirit, attack immediately and kill this damned bird. Remember, leave its corpse behind and preserve as much of its energy as possible. This king has use for it." Upon hearing this, the cold top ice crane, which had just woken up from its slumber due to the three-clawed serpent dragon injecting a strand of energy into its body, shuddered in fright. It almost fainted again. It let out a sorrowful cry. Thank goodness it wasn't killed so easily. What the hell is this? Why did he change in the blink of an eye? Didn't you say you would take your time? Fellow Taoist, I'm not afraid of you. You'd better stay here and slowly torment me. As long as you don't take my life, everything else is negotiable. Whatever you need, I won't refuse. I'll definitely give it to you with both hands. It was very clear that the cold top ice crane had heard Yi Xian's words. It could tell that Yi Xian seemed to have other ideas and wanted to maximize his benefits. Although this was still tormenting them, at least there was a chance of survival. In the current situation, the three of them were most afraid of losing their lives over their wealth. As long as they had a need, nothing was a problem. That's right. This king does have a need, but there's no need to hand it over with both hands. Because you definitely won't give it to me. That's no different from killing you, or even worse. It's better for this king to take it himself. Yi Xian shook his head. His figure bobbed up and down in the sea of lightning in the distance. His tone was incomparably firm. He didn't waver in the slightest because of the cold top ice crane's surrender. This was because he knew that this strand of ice essence was definitely the most precious thing to the cold top ice crane. Once it was lost, it would be equivalent to an ordinary starry sky expert losing their Tao foundation. If that was the case, it would be better to just die. Moreover, in order to prevent the other party from knowing his intentions and taking extreme actions when he knew that he was going to die, causing the strand of ice source to be surprised, Yi Xian didn't even say what kind of benefits he was scheming against the other party. Although the three Immortal Realm old monsters were already suppressed by the power of the Rai-D Seal's domain, the cold top ice crane was still an Immortal Realm old monster. It couldn't self-destruct. All it could do was destroy the strand of ice within its body. There was still a certain possibility of obtaining the ice essence. Yi Xian didn't dare to take this risk. Screech. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a ruthless howl rang out. The lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal rushed out from the inner edge of the sea of flames and shot towards the cold top ice crane, who was still in a daze. Its mid-stage Immortal Realm cultivation was fully unleashed, and a purplish gold river of lightning appeared behind it. Seeing this scene, the elephantine mink and the three-clawed flood dragon shuddered. Without another word, they immediately dashed out. The three of them had been huddled together like little girls, but now that the frost-top ice crane had been mercilessly abandoned, the elephantine mink and the three-clawed flood dragon arrived in the blink of an eye without a word. They were already 1,000 kilometers away. Seeing the two's decisive actions without the slightest hesitation, the cold top ice crane was filled with resentment. It was so sorrowful that it was about to cry. We're all brothers in the same boat. You can't do this. Boom. Before it could finish speaking, the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal had already arrived in front of it. The cold top ice crane was only at the early stage of the Immortal Realm. It couldn't even resist the power of the lightning spirit of the mid-stage Immortal Realm, let alone the fact that the latter had a purplish gold river of lightning behind it, which was supported by the might of the Rai-D seal. Furthermore, it was currently in the center of the central region, which was a sea of lightning. There was no way it could escape, and it couldn't even self-destruct. It didn't even think of resisting. Its body was instantly drowned by the lightning river that the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal was guiding. An extremely miserable and shrill howl sounded out from within the lightning river in the next instant, and it was filled with dense unwillingness and resentment. However, it was extremely short, and it stopped abruptly in less than half a breath of time. Soon, the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal rushed out of the lightning river again. It circled around and brought the purplish-gold lightning river away, disappearing into the sea of lightning not far away. The remains of the cold top ice crane were revealed. It was undamaged, but it had long lost its aura. Not only was its physical body intact, but the energy in its body was also incomparably stable. The lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal had only taken away its primordial spirit. Even so, to it this was a great supplement. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his hand and stored the ice crane's remains into his body. He directly threw it to the devouring system, instructing it to immediately extract the ice origin from the remains. Then, he turned his head and looked at the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon, who had already hidden in 2 other directions. Chapter 4052. Seeing that Yi Xian immediately turned his gaze towards them after killing the cold top ice crane, the elephantine ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon exchanged glances. Then, hesitation flashed across their eyes, as if they had made up their minds before making a decision. They gritted their teeth and said, "Forget it. Little friend Emo, as long as you let me go, this one will do. Venerable one, I'll give you a great fortune today." The moment these words left his mouth, Yi Xian was stunned. Even the three-clawed flood dragon was stunned. But very quickly, the three-clawed flood dragon raised one of its claws and covered its face with a pained and furious expression, as if it felt that this was too embarrassing. That's right. Aren't words like gifting a great fortune usually said by peerless experts when they meet a tender newcomer and deliberately put on the airs of a peerless expert? Did the elephantine ferret's brain burn out? Could it not even see the situation in front of it clearly? The other party was powerful now, and seemed to be planning to kill. Saying such words at this moment, other than asking for a beating, what better effect could it have? The three-clawed flood dragon instantly felt a sense of suffocation. He only felt that he was too unlucky. Of the 2 people in front of him, one was a godlike opponent, and the other was a pig-like teammate. Unexpectedly, he had encountered both of them, and made them into a pair. At the thought of this, the three-clawed flood dragon felt like crying. At this moment, the elephantine ferret suddenly changed the topic, and even the expression on its face suddenly became somewhat solemn. Then it said, "Little friend Emo, do you know what kind of existence the elephantine ferret's bloodline ancestor is?" Yi Xian was stunned once again. He subconsciously shook his head, and the expression on his face couldn't help but become somewhat strange. The other party's words were truly strange. Previously, he had said something about giving him a great fortune, but now, he had changed the topic and mentioned his bloodline ancestor. But looking at the elephantine ferret's serious expression, it did not look like it had lost its mind. It should be referring to something else. After all, there was no need for Yi Xian to interfere with the remaining 5 immortal realm-old monsters outside the Lightning Sea. There was plenty of time, so he was not in a hurry and quietly waited for the rest of the story. In the distant primordial era, there was a creature called the treasure-seeking ferret. It was as famous as the void rat and the nether ant. The void rat had an extremely powerful ability to comprehend the laws of space in the universe. Its bloodline talent was amazing, and it could perfectly integrate itself into space. Even the barriers of the universe's planes could not stop it. Its figure. As for the ant had a similar bloodline talent, the treasure-seeking ferret. But its natural instincts, its mind's ability. It's its instincts and its ability. Its instincts are their instincts, they're extremely sensitive to all treasures and treasures and treasures. And even their abilities is its divine ability. Speaking of this, the elephantine ferret's face showed a hint of pride. After a pause, it continued, the void rat and the nether ant, these 2 powerful creatures from the primordial era, have their bloodlines passed down in the first universe. They are respectively the Space Rat Clan and the Hell Ant Clan of the first universe's Servant Clan. As for the treasure-seeking ferret, it is the bloodline ancestor of my elephantine ferret clan. Therefore, among my clansmen, there are occasionally people with bloodline outbursts who can awaken this powerful divine instinct inherited from their ancestors' bloodline. They have the ability to find all kinds of top-grade treasures and treasures. Because of their bloodline, they are far from being comparable to the primordial treasure-seeking ferret. But once this divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret is awakened, at least ordinary experts of the same realm will definitely not be able to match it. Even some extremely powerful divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret can only look at it and sigh. This venerable one, this old ferret happens to be one of the existences who has awakened the divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret. Moreover, as early as 20,000 years ago, when I stepped into the universe realm, this divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret had already been awakened. Until now, among all the members of the Elephantine Ferret clan, this divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret had already been awakened. The most powerful person in the Elephantine Ferret clan. In this aspect, this old ferret can say without exaggeration that if an undying emperor who is good at divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret competes with this old ferret, he will definitely be cruelly beaten. Different bloodlines in different clans have their own specialties. This is the nature, and it is not something that can be compensated with power. Hearing this, both Xianxia and the three-clawed flood dragon were a little dazed, but they did not doubt the Elephantine Ferret's words. This was because although the treasure-seeking ferret was not seen in the current world, and ordinary starry sky great beings would not be able to come in contact with this kind of secret, the two of them had more or less heard of it. They had smelled some of it. Even in the distant primordial era, the treasure-seeking ferret was definitely a top-grade auxiliary beast that could be hoarded and hoarded. It was definitely favored by some primordial masters, and it just so happened that this clan's battle power was not strong, so they were often willing to rely on some powerful primordial masters. The primordial master would provide protection, and the treasure-seeking ferret would search for treasures for him, and the profits would usually be divided according to the ratio agreed upon by the two clans. Resources and treasures that could tempt the primordial master and make him willing to provide protection for a long time in order to obtain them must be of high quality. This alone showed how powerful the treasure-seeking ferret's bloodline was. After all, most primordial masters knew some divine instinct of divination, and with the support of their power, as long as there were some clues, there were very few things that they could not find. However, they still needed to rely on the treasure-seeking ferret, which explained the problem. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up, but the expression on his face did not change. He shook his head and said, "I have to say that you have persuaded me, but it seems that it is not enough to draw a big picture. After all, your Elephantine Ferret clan has only inherited a part of the divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret. It is only the bloodline of the treasure ferret, and it is not pure. Your talent in this aspect may not be very strong. In other words, this would depend on the quality of the goods." In this regard, the Elephantine Ferret seemed to have expected this, and was not anxious at all. Previously, he only saw a glimmer of hope, but now, from the reaction of this Demon King royal brother, he was almost 70% sure that he could escape today's life and death calamity. Thinking of this, the Elephantine Ferret's eyes flashed, and there was a mysterious feeling in his words. He lowered his voice and said, "Little friend Emo, I wonder if you have heard of the rumors of the Mother Planet?" Mother Planet? Xian's body shook violently, and his face was filled with shock. Even he had only heard of the rumors of the Mother Planet not long ago from the mouth of the first Demon King, and he was extremely suspicious that this so-called Mother Planet was the star he knew of, because myths and legends like the creation of the heavens and earth were all true. Chapter 4053. At first, Xian was very excited, but he soon calmed down. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he was a little too excited, because it was impossible for the elephant fox ferret to find the Mother Planet. After all, even the bloodline source of the demon race and the few followers and descendants of the race who came from the Mother Planet had left tens of thousands of years ago. They had left the three main planes of the starry skies to explore the way back to the Mother Planet, but until now, there was still no news from them. Obviously, they had not found the way back. After all, they had left behind the demon race in the first universe. If they really found the way back to the mother planet, they would have come back to take a look after tens of thousands of years, right? Even those who came from the mother planet, whose cultivation was unfathomable, had not found the whereabouts of the mother planet even after a long time. How could an ordinary immortal elephant fox ferret be able to do this? It should be known that although he had the bloodline of the treasure-hunting ferret, it was not pure. No matter how strong the treasure-hunting instinct was, it could only be so. Little friend Emo, don't look at me like that. The mother planet is so mysterious, I can't find it so easily. After seeing through Yi Xian's thoughts with a single glance, the elephant fox mink was honest and didn't brag. However, even though he admitted this, the expression on his face was still firm. Although the mother planet has yet to be found, the old mink is more than 40% confident that I have already found clues related to the mother planet. Not long ago, I found a secret realm. I thought it was just a small independent cave, but after entering, I realized that the deeper I went, the more I couldn't see the end. I estimated that the secret realm was at least the size of the 3 main dimensions of the universe combined. Moreover, the void of this secret realm was filled with an ancient aura. I traveled at full speed for more than a month, but I still couldn't reach the periphery. However, I had to stop because when I reached that area, a large number of ancient masters started to appear in the void in front of me. From the beginning, there were powerful beings of the primordial era appearing. That's a pure-blooded dragon. Its aura is simply too powerful. Even sempiternal realm cultivators wouldn't be able to get close to it, or else their bodies would be in danger of exploding. The ears of helplessness. This old marten can only continuously wander about in the surrounding area, yet was unable to take a single step forward. It was to the extent that I was unable to even obtain a single drop of precious blood or a piece of precious flesh. I was simply unable to approach. However, even though I didn't find anything, I still managed to discover something after using my treasure-hunting divine instinct multiple times. At the end of the void in the deepest part of the secret realm, there is a star with an extremely dense life aura. Moreover, the aura of this star is extremely strange and ancient. Just by catching a strand of its aura, this old marten feels as though his mind is being suppressed by an invisible force. Are you suspecting that this planet is the mother planet of the primordial era? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He did not doubt the elephantine sable's words, because according to its description, that secret realm was most likely a fragment of the main battlefield of the primordial war. In fact, the current 3 main planes of the starry sky, as well as all the large and small planes, grotto heavens, and so-called secret realms, were actually part of the void of the primordial era. That battle was too tragic. The entire primordial era collapsed, and the void was shattered into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. However, even if the current starry sky planes were all fragments of the primordial era, there were still differences between these fragments. After all, the battle of the primordial era had been fought at the periphery and at the core of the battle. The 3 main planes of the starry sky should have been at the periphery of the primordial war. It was precisely because of this that when the primordial era collapsed, there were 3 main planes of the starry sky that were so complete and vast. Similarly, it was precisely because they were at the periphery of the battle that it was almost impossible to find the remains of the primordial era creatures in the 3 main planes of the starry sky today. As for the secret realm that the elephant fox ferret had mentioned, even at the periphery of the periphery, there were suspected to be the remains of a primordial era true dragon. It was very likely that the secret realm was the true core of the battle during the battle of the primordial era. Therefore, if there was really a star with a strong life force and ancient star essence in the deepest part of the mystery realm, then there was a 30 to 40% chance that this star was indeed the legendary mother planet of the Desolation Age. Regardless of whether that star is the mother planet or not, just this secret realm is enough. The other party had said so much just to beg for a chance to live. Yi Xian did not waste any more words with him. He nodded and reassured the other party. Although this fellow's treasure-seeking divine instinct could not be compared to the real treasure-seeking ferret, it was still quite extraordinary. It was very useful to Yi Xian. With the intention of bribing the other party, He waved his hand and took out 2 drops of all evil origin liquid from the undying world in his body after some hesitation. The elephant fox ferret shot forward. These are 2 drops of all evil origin liquid, the final product of the netherworld furnace. Even primordial era experts and primordial era supremes need it. Although there are only 2 drops, it's enough to raise your bloodline to a new level. Follow me, and you will often have such resources in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that you show enough value. What? All evil origin liquid? The elephant fox ferret was shocked. As an immortal ancestor-level figure of his race, he naturally knew of the existence of such a top-grade resource. Unfortunately, in the ancestral lands of the various races in the second universe, there were indeed some who had lived from the primordial era to the present, or rather, struggled to survive until the present. Old monsters. It was said that they could get 1 or 2 drops every year, but there was no such thing in the ancestral land of the elephant fox ferret race. Therefore, although he longed for the all-evil origin liquid, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he saw Yi Xian give him 2 drops with a wave of his hand, the elephant fox ferret's breathing quickened. 2 drops. Even the bloodline primordial ancestor of the top 10 races